Hello, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon. If you're joining from a part of the world where it is the afternoon or the evening, can you hear me okay? We're just testing the sound here, as you can see.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay, I'm very, very glad. Let me make sure my Bluetooth speakers are turned on as well so that I can hear you better. And we're just setting everything up as you can see. So we've got a camera in the room, and our three speakers are getting ready to join, whether face to face or online.
Sorry, I
Um,
missed something. I couldn't hear properly. Can you repeat it, please?
Absolutely. Sorry, the internet here, because everybody is joining at the same time, the internet might be a little bit laggy. So I'll just repeat. We are getting ready. We are setting everything up, as you can see in the camera. We will be starting probably in about 10 minutes, I want to say. And we have people joining both online and face to face. I will be monitoring. I'm Martina, by the way. You can't see me at the moment, but I am part of the LAMSIG committee, and I will be sharing the host privileges along with Tanya. We'll be taking turns to make sure that someone monitors the online component of the meeting. So if you have any questions at all, we're keeping an eye out in the chat. Okay, so everything is being set up as we're going along. We still need a few more minutes, but I will let you know in the chat once we're ready. And we might also, as you can see, we have a camera in the room, but the speakers might also choose to share their screen, to share their deck. So we might be alternating between the two views. Are there any questions, anything you want to ask about before we get started? I just want to check in on you and see how you're doing. I'm going to take the silence to mean no questions, so all good. Thank you very much again for joining. And as I said, if anything comes up, feel free to put it in the chat, and I'll be here to help you. Just a small request, just for a bit of housekeeping. If you can keep your microphones muted, just so we don't have any feedback. I'm not in the actual room at the moment. I'm going back to the room in a minute. So just so we don't have any feedback if everybody's muted. So thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the LAMSIG PCE day. It's going to be a great one, I'm sure.
How are we all feeling? Welcome along. Sure, everything's ready to go.
Yeah, I'll just ask if they can hear us. Okay.
So, good morning. A very, very warm welcome to the IATEFL LAMSIG pre-conference event here in Edinburgh, sunny Edinburgh. Wonderful, right? Eddie, you know all about
It's
this.
always like
It's also a big welcome as well to those joining online. We wave to the online people from around the world. Thank you for joining us and being with us too. So it's always a pleasure, isn't it, being at the LAMSIG PCE. If you haven't been here before, we always have a really diverse range of leaders and managers from English language teaching, different contexts, I imagine, different kinds of experience. So some great opportunities today, I think, to connect and share and learn together. Some heartfelt thanks, firstly, to our sponsors, who, without whom their support, we wouldn't be able to run these kinds of events. So a big thank you to English Training Online. We've got Paul here with us in the room and through the week. We have Cambridge English as well. So Rory's with us this morning, and Joel, I think, will be joining a bit later. So a big thank you to Cambridge and your exhibition. Stan will be there through the week. Plenty of things to go and see, visit. So thank you to Cambridge. And a big thank you as well to Oxford University Press, who are with us in the room. We have Stuart and Helen, and they'll be staying through the day. I think Stuart's through the day. Lots of goodies. I believe there are giveaways. So definitely a great chance to connect and find out. So yeah, that got a bit of excitement. So thank you so much to our sponsors. So our theme is facing your management fears. I think we've had a few fears this morning with the thing. I think we can all relate to the fact through our professional lives. We have these things which we fear, don't we? And our wonderful speakers today are going to take us through 3 key areas. So lots to explore. And I'm sure through their input, you'll be getting lots of insights and new strategies. So a supportive and thought-provoking day ahead.
Yeah.
And we're going to start with Mike and Kate.
Yeah, we will. And I'm Barbara, I'm co-coordinator with Josh. So my welcome to you all as well. And I have to say, on that back table, talking of freebies, is Sarah Mercer, Mercer and Gregson, isn't it?
Yes.
The teacher wellbeing book, which if you haven't read is, yeah, so that's going to be super. And thanks, Stuart. Yep, there we go. Yeah, right. So,
For everyone's well-being.
everybody,
Only in this room.
yeah, it's very special for us. And actually, there is it a paper, the humanizing position paper that's on humanizing technology, which maybe we should have read before.
Yeah, feel free to come and have yourselves.
Yeah, so thank you very much to both for all of that. So we're getting underway and we're going to face our first management fear with Mike and Kate. They're not to be feared. They're going to face that fear. So we're managing ourselves. So to introduce Mike, Mike's background is, well, what have you done, Mike? He's started off with migrants and refugees. You've been to Milan, you've been in teacher training, and now he's deputy director of NILE.
Yeah.
And Kate, CELTA, Delta teacher trainer. Now you head up Delta with NILE as well, but also a published author yourself, based in the Ukraine and working all over the world, it seems. So we're in capable hands, and we hand it over to you. Welcome.
I know what you're all thinking. What amazing hair. I tell you, it's real. It's not wig.
You're talking about my hair?
No.
Okay. So I think we're ready.
Ready?
So hello and welcome to today's workshop. To those who are joining us here in Edinburgh and those who are joining online, we hope that you get a lot out of today and also make new connections, because what do we always do at conferences? We network. And as ELT teachers ourselves, we wanted to start with a quick getting to know you.
Okay.
We're gonna make them speak to each other already. I apologise. So listen, I've been in management long enough to know exactly what we want from today, not just from today, probably this week. And that's an opportunity to spend time thinking about your management spiritual animal. No, that's why you're here. The animal that guides you.
So looking at those, can you guess which one is Mike's?
Anyone brave enough to actually say the word?
Behind the bear.
Yeah, I am the bear, and that's not because I'm fat and grumpy. It's just a coincidence. But secretly, I would like to hide away half of the academic year sleeping in a cave. That's why the bear is my spiritual animal.
So mine is obviously the owl, but not because it's wise, but because this is what my year looks like, or basically every week. I start on energized, and then by the end of the week, I'm super caffeinated and all right, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to work in little groups. All right, we'd like you to start by introducing yourself. Think of your own spiritual animal and tell your partner what the animal is. Is it similar? Share what you're hoping to get out of today, because we'd like to know that. And also one surprising fact about you.
So, even those of you online, we'd like you to do this as well. And in the room, we'll probably let you talk for a few minutes. Then, of course, ELT will ask you to change groups. So we give you about 5 minutes to get to know each other.
I bring on assessment teachers on which as a great administrative task and I'm preparing granting for the okay, it's really great.
Now can we hear each other?
Yes, we can now. A lot easier.
Nice. So have you guys thought of some spirit animals?
Good question. I think I'm not sure, but I think because we were talking about the seagulls in Brighton earlier, I've got like, yep, I'm the seagull that's just gonna like
Steal
go for it and steal whatever I can steal. Take whatever I can take when people aren't looking.
Okay, like a criminal spirit animal, perhaps.
Well, I am also next to the ocean, so maybe that's why I'm thinking of that one.
That's a pretty cool spirit animal. David, how about you? Any thoughts?
I'll stick to the bird thing, and I'll go with a red kite. I like seeing, I can see one from my window right now. I like looking at them fly. They almost hover. They don't make decisions before they have a good overview of what they're doing. And they've become quite regular in our area. Drawing inspiration from my local surroundings for them. So it doesn't really relate to LAMSIG PCE necessarily. I guess it's more like spirit animal when it comes to management.
Fair enough. And are there any particular things that you're hoping to get out of the day?
It seems like a good enough topic. It seems like a topic I can definitely do something out of. Nothing specific I can withdraw the energy back and we'll see.
Wait, I'm sorry, I can't make out what you're saying. Could you say that again? Sorry.
That should be better. The topic is something I think I can get something out of, but I don't have anything specific to, like, my learning objectives for today are learn as much as I can rather than I want to learn this specific thing.
Fair enough. How about you, Rory?
Well, everything, because I mean, I'm new to management. Yeah, 2 years, pretty new. So I'm still learning. Every day is just a big learning opportunity. But I think actually this first session I'm really interested in, because I feel like one of my things that I struggle with is like how to manage like myself and also at work and also like life and work-life balance kind of thing. I sometimes struggle with that. I'm also looking forward to the last session, but due to time difference, I'm going to be holding on here with the tea and hoping it kicks in.
Nice. And is that Matt?
Hiya, yeah, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great. Have you seen the topic up on the screen?
I had some problems with my audio, so I've only just managed to fix it.
All good. So far for spirit animals, we've had a red kite and a sea.
Oh, I like that answer. Thank you very much. You'll have lots of opportunities during the day to carry on chatting to the new friends you've just made. It was really interesting listening to what people were saying. The one thing I wanted to know was what animal Josh was. I didn't expect hedgehog. I've got to say. Oh my God! Yeah, no, we had money on Josh being a dog. Okay, so anyone want to share anything? Any unusual animals that you encountered?
Lots of horses around.
Online as well, you can speak up and let us know. I had a camel. Some unicorns. Sorry? Some unicorns. The national.
Right, so today myself, Mike, Ellie, and Green will talk about the management fears. Mike and I are going to start by talking about managing ourselves. And then we'll hand over to Ellie, and Ellie will talk about managing our institution. And then Green will talk about effective people management, particularly navigating difficult conversations at work. Sounds exciting. Yes. If at any point you have a question and you do not want to shout out, here's the QR code for you. Right. We're going to collect all of the questions, and there's going to be a couple of moments where we will ask you to contribute as well. So you can leave your questions there. They can be anonymous, and we'll show you the slide with those later. So why are we talking about those things today? Mike and I thought we should impress you with some numbers. Say that you can actually trust us when we talk about management. So Mike has been in education for 25 years. 2 years in management.
It doesn't look possible. I know. I started when I was 6 years old. Yeah.
And Mike is the deputy director now at the moment. And I've been in education for 17 years, and 10 years in management, and I'm currently managing the Delta program at IATEFL. And incidentally, I'm co-presenting with my line managers.
How stressful. What's worrying me?
Talking about fears, right?
Yeah. What's worrying me is she said, here, she said, Mike is deputy director at the moment. She may know things I don't know, and it's been lovely. Anyway.
But I've known Mike for more than 13 years. I don't remember. And when I first met Mike, he was actually scribbling something in the corner, and he still does that. I was working for International House Kiev at the time, and Mike was inspecting our school. So he was observing my lesson, one of my corporate English lessons. And then we lost touch, and we met at IATEFL at the LAMSIG PCE in 2016, where we were doing the spaghetti and marshmallow challenge, which is a lovely thing. I think we should do it again sometime.
So today, for the next 55 minutes, we're going to look at 3 aspects of managing yourself before we look at managing the institution and managing our teams. Go to the next slide. So we're going to start by looking at tips on managing your day. Kate and I are going to share some of our tips, and then we'll give you the chance to share ideas, resources yourselves. Looking at managing your stuff, that is a very technical term, so everything, and then managing your meetings. Just to let you know, as Kate says, you can put things on the Slido. We'll also have a panel discussion at the end of the day. Kate will be on the panel, so you can also fire questions. Kate's like that. If you save the difficult questions for the panel discussion, send them that way. So we're going to start with managing your day. Why are we starting with managing your day?
Because I think that time is our most precious asset. And if we can manage the time, we manage most other things. So how do we do that? Me, Roberto. He's a new, ambitious, curious manager. He's constantly overworked. Constantly working overtime, lots of meetings, lots of work, trying to do everything before the deadline, constantly failing. Anybody recognize Sergeant Roberto in the box?
She said he's new.
in the past. Yeah. So he has a family, a young child. He constantly promises some time to his family, but he's working 24/7.
So we're gonna share 3 tips. You may have gathered the tips you're getting from me are going to be very analog. Thank you to Oxford. You've all got pens and paper. And Kate is going to share some more innovative and digital ways of dealing with things. I was Roberto when I started managing, and if I'm completely honest, I am still Roberto now 20 years later. If any of you are sitting there thinking, I've just got all this time on my hands, I don't know what to do, really, I think you're in the wrong PCE. But anyway, it was a real problem. So I started to look at all of these personal productivity books. It became a little bit of an obsession of mine all those years ago. But I stopped doing any work because I just kept reading about time management. And there's a lot of fluff, a lot of ideas that are not worth really engaging with. But there are a few that have stuck with me over the years. One of them that I think is probably the most effective one that I use is called time blocking. And that's when you protect a particular part of your day and you dedicate that time to complete a particular task, or what I found really effective, a group of similar tasks. It basically means making an appointment with yourself. My boss loves it when he asks me to do something and I say, I can't help you on it yet. I'm in a meeting with myself. I got this idea from a guy called Cal Newport, a book called Deep Work, and I found it's a way I can take control of my day. I'll show you how it works. If we can go to the next slide. Kate was giggling when I told her this, but I actually use these pre-formatted sheets from Tiger, everybody's favorite shop. And at the end of the day, I take one of these sheets and I plan the next day. And this is where I do my time blocking. Obviously, as you can see, I start the day with I'll block in my meetings, and then I will literally block in half an hour here. That's when I check my email, and shock horror, I then switch my email off. And I do it twice a day, which I think is quite a lot. And then I will look at what spaces I've got between the meetings. I block up something called BP, which is just an abbreviation. That's when I sort of batch and process all of those similar little tasks. So if I've got a load of little emails to do, I'll do them all in that slot, or if it's my expenses. And then for the WS, this is where I need a bit of space to think, and I will just focus on one task in that time. I know, as your managers, you're all thinking of the ways this can go wrong. It only works if you think of these as real appointments and if you do your best to stick to them. But we know as managers, emergencies happen. So I keep space so that if I need to, I can move those blocks around. And that's why doing it on paper is actually quite an effective way of doing it. I also think it's a great solution to what's known as Parkinson's law, which is that a task will expand to fill the time available. This is a good way of making sure you start things, but also by blocking a limit, it also means you stop doing a task and move on to the next one, rather than doing your favorite activity and avoiding those boring, annoying ones. Pen and paper. That's all you need for that tip.
So I work online, and for me, it's hard to manage everything on a piece of paper. And if we think about the calendars. I use Google Calendar quite a lot. Been using it for 4 years, and in the past 4 years, I've also been working for an IT company where we're building a language learning app. We have a lot of meetings, and this becomes a real challenge. And Mike actually told me about time blocking a while ago, and I started using it. As you can see over here, there's a block. It's obviously just a day of meetings. There's a block here, and it helps me accumulate the energy for the meetings and then have some space for some actual proper work here. What I've started doing is, Mike mentioned Parkinson's law. If I allocate 1 hour to the meeting will take 1 hour. So I reduce the meetings to 50 minutes and then to 45 minutes and then to 40 minutes by default. So whenever anyone needs a meeting with me, it won't be an hour, it will be 40 minutes, and we have to squeeze it all in there. And it really helps, and it leaves me with the 20 minutes to make notes, prepare for the next meeting and things like that. So making the meetings shorter, that's the best thing I've done this year. I also have focus time. I am a lot more productive in the morning, and I need this time to actually do some work. So I block it in my calendar, and basically if anyone, because this calendar is available to all my colleagues and some clients, if they want to book a meeting with me, and if they book it here, it gets declined automatically, which is very nice. Otherwise, they can choose a slot from my calendar. And super convenient because we don't have to go back and forth and say, can we meet at 1? No, how about 1:15? And so on and so on. And I'll show you the tool for this in a moment. If you're pen and paper like Mike, this is your focus time. This is actually a true story from a PhD student who was such a procrastinator that he needed to put a sign, please don't talk to me. And it works. I tried it in the office. I also color code my meetings to see what my day looks like. And this is just a little spoiler because I'll talk about the color coding system a little later. Finally, I said, it's really difficult to go back and forth and say, can you meet at 1? No, 1:15, and so on and so on. So in the past, I used Calendly. Does anybody use Calendly here? Yeah. Yeah. But I've recently switched to Google Appointment Scheduler. It's only available on Google Workspace, but I'm sure quite a lot of you are using Google Workspace already because a lot of our lives are on Google Cloud. So basically what you can do is select a time, time frame, and I need some time for Delta interviews. So I call it the Delta interview, I choose the time, and then I set up the schedule. And I can do lots of different things there. I can say how long the meeting is, if I need a buffer time, if I need reminders, so I don't have to remind my candidates about the meetings 1 day before, 10 minutes before, and so on. What I also do is I set up automatic meeting recordings and meeting transcriptions, but I'll talk about that later. So yeah, I'm pretty much digital. That's great. Just a brief list of things you can do. Yeah. Guest permissions, do you want your candidate to see who else is joining or not? Data protection and things like that. We will be sharing the slides after the talk, by the way, so if you want, you'll have access to all the links. And Mike and I agree that routines are super important because if your day looks like mine, I'm sure you're familiar with cognitive overload. What I do every Friday is I plan some time to reflect on the week, but also plan the upcoming week. And I do the same in the evening, actually, which is not really obvious here, but I end my day by looking at what I've done today and creating a little list of things to do tomorrow. So I don't start my day with this. And the reason I do that is, well, there's actually quite a lot of things. Because when I wake up, I already know what I will be doing during the day. I don't feel so overwhelmed, particularly when I have a lot of things going on. I know what exactly I'm doing today or tomorrow, which results in better sleep, because we all want this. The other thing, when I wake up in the morning, I'm already in the work mode, and I know that I need to jump to this first task. And some people say that while you're sleeping, there's subconscious problem solving going on, which I think is true.
Yeah, I agree with Kate. This is something that I do at the end of the day as well. I came across this idea in a book called Work Clean by Dan Charnas, and it's all about, and these are his words, not mine, the life-changing power of mise en place. It's inspired by professional chefs who will not start cooking until every single ingredient and every single utensil is ready and ready to go. His recommendation is the book is just as Kate said, spend 30 minutes getting the next day set up. And I have this checklist which I took from the book, and I go through it. It's 15, 20 minutes, but make sure I've booked the meeting room for tomorrow, make sure that I've looked at what tomorrow's tasks are, that I've got the agendas that I need, that I've had a look at my calendar, that for me, I've created the time blocks, that my desk is clear, and just as Kate said, I can go home and feel a lot more relaxed that I'm going to start the next day running rather than scratching my head. What am I supposed to be doing?
So while we're talking about routines, I work online and I travel quite a lot these days. So I don't really feel at home anywhere, but I do. And that's because I have my own routines. I often stay in hotels where, there's just one room and there's 2 meters from your bed to your desk, or small apartments. So I have my morning routines, which help me switch on my brain and start working. And this is just a little bit of sport, plank, and putting on my makeup. But more importantly, the routines in the evening, because when I stop working, my brain doesn't stop. So I have, just to make me feel cozy, I have flowers. I love the scent sticks, and I also meditate. So that's my evening routine, which tells my brain that we're not working any longer and we're now switching to rest mode. It can be anything. It can be having a cup of tea. It can be listening to some calm music, especially if it's similar type of music every evening. Our brain needs the routine, needs the repeated thing, which signals we're now switching into a different mode.
That's enough from us. So we'd like you, in the room, to get back into the groups. You're all grown up, so you can choose who you want to speak to. And the same online. Just reflect on some of the ideas you've heard. Any of them appeal to you? Have you tried them? Do you feel like trying them? And then share with each other what tips, what resources you found useful for managing your day. If you've got questions or even better resources, ideas, then do put them on the slide. So we give you probably 5 minutes to discuss together.
Yeah. Wow.
Thanks for sharing the ideas. My favourite one I saw was delegation. I'll see you later. Yeah, I saw the importance of setting daily, weekly targets, choosing 3 things that you really have to get done. But we'll share all of your questions and comments at the end of the day.
So we just wanted to summarize our own key takeaways from what we think is important in terms of managing your day. And that's time blocking, which I personally love, and Mike as well, as you can tell. Focus time, even if it's non-digital. Appointment schedulers and automating processes you can. And also my personal favorite, planning the day in the evening and planning the next week on Friday, and not on Sunday evening, because you don't want to start working on Sunday. All right.
Okay, so now we're moving to the second area, managing your stuff. Or stuff, as I should say, as I'm from Manchester. I've got some statistics. We are dealing with a lot of stuff. In 2023, there were 347.3 billion emails sent every day. I think I was copied into at least half of them. It's said that the average professional now is receiving over 120 emails a day and is checking their emails at least 15 times a day. And it's not just email, we've got smartphones as well. Apparently, the average person checks their phone 58 times a day. I've got to say, Josh has already checked his phone 6 times in this morning, so he's ahead of the curve. And in the UK, the average person is spending 3 hours a day on their smartphone. So it's just a glimpse of just, we wouldn't have been giving you that data 20 years ago, that's for sure.
I wonder if there's a link between this and the number of burnout and mental health issues, which we have those days. So meet Kasia, she's also a manager. She's snowed under with work, lots of emails, which she has to reply to, emails from yesterday, from a week ago. Lots of things to do. She also has a Slack workspace at her school. Does anybody use Slack? Yeah. Same as Zoom workspace, so lots of messages there and things to reply for Kasia. And last year, when we met at IATEFL, Mike gave me a lovely book, which is 40,000 Weeks. And the biggest takeaway from that book, for me personally, is if you reply to an email right away, it means that you will receive an email right away. You have to reply to even more emails. So some things are definitely urgent, but some things are better to be done in the time blocks, which are allocated. Yes. This results in me sometimes forgetting to reply to some emails, but I'm working on this.
I'm going to share some very high-tech tools that I use to manage all of this stuff. Some of you might be familiar with a book called Getting Things Done by David Allen. It's a well-known productivity book, and it's designed to help us manage all of that physical, mental, digital stuff that comes into our lives on a daily basis. He breaks down the kind of average worker's workflow into 5 stages. Now, the first one is we need to capture everything that's coming at us in some way. We then, at some point, need to clarify what those things mean. At some point, we have to organize those things. Then, step 4, we should reflect on all this stuff, so that then, step 5, we can actually, as he says, execute. We can decide in any moment what we should be doing. So going back to that first stage, which is to capture the things that are coming at us, I want to share two tools that I use. And the first one is a pocket notebook, which I think Kate was mocking it earlier, but this is where I am constantly noting down anything that's got my attention. What I'm trying to do is get it out of my head and onto paper. That includes if someone sends me an email and I have to do something, I will write it in my book and I will file the email away. It does not sit in my email inbox. I'm not using my email inbox to capture anything. I like it because it's frictionless. I can just pull out the notebook and write it down. And I know what I'm like. If I open up the computer, I'll be watching George Best Goals from 1968 on YouTube for the next 2 hours. So,
Did you maybe Mini and Rush?
are we allowed to kick people out? I don't think we have that power anyway, but we can set an extra homework. So anyway, the companion to my notebook is the physical in tray. I had to actually explain to Kate what mine was. Email inbox, it used to be a thing on your desk, and this is where I will just throw in meeting notes, articles, magazines, any of that physical stuff. I don't want sort of rattling around in my head that I have to do something about. So these are the tools I use to manage my life. Carol is sniggering because she knows it's true.
The problem for me with all the non-digital tools is that I have so many different kinds of notes, so many different ideas that when I need to go back to something later, I can't find it. So
I think Kate's suggesting I don't have different ideas. I know she's gonna hear you for that. Yeah. Kate's got her appraisal next week.
levels.
I only use the top one.
Probably need a lesson in being more organized. So my solution is a digital tool, and I use Notion for this. Does anybody else use Notion here? Not too many people. No. So in the past, I used to keep all my documents on Google Drive. Lots of tables, lots of presentations, images, documents, and everything. Notion is a more advanced version of a database. So this is my homepage, and this is my work at the language learning app from Promova. So you see, I do quite a lot of activities for PR, and I basically have pages created for every single activity. I do quite a lot of hiring. So those are the notes from the interviews. Operations. I have regular one-to-ones with my subordinates, so I keep my notes in those pages. And basically, it's a web page. So whenever I need to find something, I remember the keywords, I go to search, and I can find whatever I need. But this is just one version of it. The other thing it can do is a Kanban board. If you like planning, and if you like planning using the Kanban board, I recommend Notion. Because so basically what happens is I create a little card. So for instance, I have a client and I need to invoice them. So I create a little card with the date and the status. And my whole team has access to it. So I can assign this card to somebody. I can move it from in progress to done, and I can do lots of other things. I won't be talking about it in detail, but if you're curious about Notion, come find me during the break. I can show you what I do live, because it's fascinating for project management. The other thing is it has a calendar view. So if you want to see what I have planned for one single day, Thursday, the 13th of February, here it is. And all of those cards can be enlarged and you can see all of the details.
Is it integrated into Google Calendar?
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
Is it?
Not all of it does, but some things can be integrated, yeah. I already mentioned reflecting on my week on Friday and planning the upcoming week. So what we do with my team is we call it retro, and in agile project management, teams work in sprints. So like we have 2 weeks and we're working on designing a new course in public speaking. And then at the end of the 2 weeks, we get together and we do the retro, where we talk about what worked well for us, what did not work well for us, and what actions we can take to improve our process. And so it's a constant thing like this. Sometimes we don't have meetings because we need so many meetings, and we do this using collaborative boards or Notion, things like this. My personal thing about this is we normally brainstorm so many actions that we don't really have the time to do this. So the fourth thing we do is we prioritize which actions we should take. And I love the, what's it called? The Eisenhower matrix? Yeah, urgent. Some time ago, I came across the impact effort matrix. So we basically prioritize things based on the impact something is going to make and how much effort it's going to take. So basically, low effort, low impact, fill in jobs, and maybe we should not be doing this. Yeah, low impact and high effort. Why are we wasting the effort? High impact, low effort, that's what we do first. Yeah, so quick wins. And then big projects, high impact, but high effort. It's all about the impact. What I've recently started doing is starting my day by doing this. Because in the morning, I know I have a lot more cognitive energy and I'm still a lot more productive. So if I tackle this, I later still have quite a lot of energy for the quick wins. And it feels a lot nicer to tick off so many things in the evening.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to go back into your groups. Feel free to move around, to change around. Again, think about the very innovative things that I had introduced, like the notebook and some of the everyday stuff that came uses. Any of those spark your interest? Any of those you already use? Perhaps you use an alternative platform to Notion. Share those ideas, and then anything that you have found useful, please do share it on the Slido so that we can then share it with everyone, and the same to everybody online as well. So we give you about 5 minutes to share your thoughts on those. People running. Thanks, everyone. So again, our friends online will be joining in about 30 seconds. If you want to put anything onto the Slido, just 30 seconds.
Project management, it doesn't let you keep a lot of documents there, like you kind of have to link them. Whereas on Notion, you can write up whatever you need, strategies, roadmaps, add pictures and everything. Big plans.
Tina, are we okay?
And close the room.
Yep.
We should be back soon.
Just to say, it's good to see so many of you have clearly been sponsored by Trello. Yeah, we get the message. Okay, let's buy it. We buy Trello. Okay.
But just to summarize quickly, physical capture tools, if you like, and if you can do that, I can carry around my physical capture tools when I travel. Digital databases and tools for project management. That's my personal go-to, so that I can find the things I stored there earlier. And doing the cleaning and prioritizing, and I noticed that somebody mentioned urgent, not urgent, important, not important, which is another great tool. There's so many that everybody chooses whatever they like. Let's move on.
Okay, I'm sure in your roles you have to manage meetings, so that's the last thing we look at in managing yourself. Can I see a show of hands? How many of you absolutely love meetings? You're not alone. So, according to recent data, that's as scientific as I get, by the way. According to recent data, only 30% of meetings are considered to be productive. Apparently less than 40% of meetings go ahead without an agenda. 65% of people interviewed on this survey said that meetings were the main reason they didn't get any work done. And apparently at the moment, CEOs of companies are spending on average 72% of their time in meetings. Of those respondents, 91, these are very honest respondents, 91 admitted to multitasking during remote meetings. Some of them saying they even use meetings to read books on their Kindle and to do their weekly supermarket shop. And apparently, in pretty much any meeting after 30 minutes, you have lost 50% of your audience. So Kate, we've been going longer than 30 minutes, so which 50% do you think? Which ones are we've lost? So you've met Roberto, we've met Kasia, now I'd like you to meet Kate.
I love being in the office, which is rare, but whenever I am in the office in Kiev, I get no work done. Because all of my day is meetings. As you have already seen from my calendar. So this is a super busy week because we have our Delta course starting in a week and things like that. So
Okay, so they're all meetings if they're not great.
They're all meetings if they're not great. Yeah. So focus time is basically when I can get some work done. I color code my meetings because, as Mike said, people do different things during those meetings. And so if this is a red meeting, I know this is a one-on-one and I need to be active. I need to listen. I need to ask questions because this requires my full attention. If it's orange, this is my Delta interview and I do need to be active. I also need to be notes and asking follow-up questions, so still requires quite a lot of my attention. If it's green, I'm leading a workshop and I still need to be active. If it's yellow, that's my most favorite one because I'm just listening. And this is when I do my weekly shopping and things like that. And I'm being completely honest here because this meeting is more than 20 people and this is more than 50 people. So I won't be saying a lot. And I personally think that it would be a lot more productive if I could simply read it as a page on Notion. The other thing is you can calculate the cost of this meeting because that's 50 people sitting in this meeting, not doing work for an hour and 15 minutes. And that's what I often use when I think about whether I need another meeting with my team or if we can do that asynchronously on Slack, Zoom, and so on. So yeah, and also when I color code my meeting on Friday, my week on Friday evening, I know which days are going to be cognitively loaded and which days are easier for me. And this impacts when I wake up, go to bed, my routines and stuff like this. Mike said that, what, 30% of meetings go ahead with an agenda or?
Less than 40%.
Less than 40%. Yeah, and I mentioned earlier that I limit the time for my meeting. So it's no longer 60 minutes, it's 40 minutes now. And this is only possible because we make those little agendas. So this is not very recent, but still this is the agenda for my meeting with Mike, our weekly one-on-one. And we basically know what we need to talk about and we manage within, what, 30 minutes maybe? And we'll still have time for jokes.
Okay. I'm going to share one last exciting, innovative tool with you. And that's this. So, I think as well as setting the agenda, another really important thing for any meeting is to make sure that there are very clear action points as a conclusion of that meeting. I think we're all aware of what minutes are, and we love writing up our minutes, and we love spell checking our minutes and filing our minutes. I personally don't remember ever having gone back and read any minutes to any meeting. But what I make sure I do in a meeting is whenever we're discussing a point is ask, right, what's the next action and who is responsible for it. I track my meetings using these sheets, which you can see on here. So the day before a meeting, I'll scribble down what the agenda is. I'll write down any notes that any facts, figures, whatever that I want to use in the meeting. And then during the meeting, this is where I'll note down the action points. I trust it with paper and pen because honestly, when I'm running a meeting and I see people on their phones, I just assume they're doing something that isn't anything to do.
How do you share your agenda with me?
As you see, I delegated to Kate, and she sends it with me. So I do occasionally succumb to digital tools, and if there are, this is just a meeting with myself. Like this. Yeah, that's it. It doesn't matter when I'm meeting Kate. It doesn't matter what I want to talk about. We never talk about it anyway. So, and what I do at the end of the day is I just rip this off and I put it in the physical in tray, and that is then a trigger for me. At the end of the day, I will clear out that in tray and I'll just go through those action points.
So that's why I keep everything in the digital format.
This is not competition. We're not going to actually vote at the end. Who's got the best idea? We know who's going to win that one. But anyway, sorry.
I just find it a lot easier to simply use the keywords and search for the relevant information. Because some time ago, I started using AI note takers and I've tested Fireflies. I've tested the Zoom AI. I've tested Gemini on Google Workspace, and my personal favorite right now is the Google Gemini. because of the way it produces summaries and notes. So whenever I have a meeting on Zoom, I have this is not Fireflies, this is the built-in AI note taker. And it summarizes the meeting. It's automatically programmed to have next steps. So when I write up an agenda for our next meeting, I don't have to spend a lot of time. I just basically take the key points from my previous AI summary. And it also produces a quick recap. The beauty of Gemini is that you can basically transcribe the whole meeting. And then if you're not happy with the summary, you can go back and see what was said. It saves a lot of time, and that's probably my least favorite task. When I work for the IT company, we all think in terms of money and ROI. So what's the ROI of those AI note takers? It's
ROI.
return on investment. So basically, that's 10-15 minutes of my time to write up a summary of one meeting. If I have 5 meetings a day, and I often do, that's 1 hour a day spent on writing up summaries. And, you know, think about it in terms of how much you're paying somebody working for you to just write up the notes. The other thing, it's one of my least favorite tasks because of the cognitive load. So when I was preparing for this, I actually came across a fascinating tool, which I'm now going to use to convince Mike that I'll be doing some of the tasks. So this is the NASA Task Load Index, where you basically download this sheet, and I'll leave the link to this, and you evaluate the task in terms of the mental demand. Is it very high or very low physical demand? And things like this. It's all very intuitive. Just intuitively say, this is demanding, this is not demanding. Based on those 6 categories. If you want it to be quick, you just take mental demand, effort, and frustration as key categories. And then basically give it a score. If the score is high, this is something you should automate. And what I personally think is this is a great tool to speak to your colleagues, maybe your manager, to say that this task can be automated and this task can be delegated. So if you need to inform your decision and back it up with some data, this is what can help.
So, I brought you notebooks. Kate's brought you NASA. They're just showing up. Okay, let's be honest. Okay, so we're going to give you the last chance to speak to everybody in the room. You've got just a few minutes. So, you know, what do you think about using an AI note taker, for example? And have you got any tips how to set up a meeting, how to manage a meeting, how to process the action points from meeting? We'll just give you a few minutes, and we'll come back and conclude, and then after that it's coffee break time. So
Yes.
yes, yes. Shall we use it? So again, our friends online will be with us in 30 seconds. So if you have any suggestions that are that's not then you can add it to the Slido. I was really hoping somebody would write notebooks are the best. Anyway, never mind. It would just.
There are no technical issues with notebooks, so.
Oh, believe me.
Depends on your handwriting. Technical issue.
So very briefly, our key takeaways, having an agenda for a meeting helps keep it short and helps keep it focused, because very often you can sidetrack. I can. Clarifying action points. Mike does that on paper. I do that with the help of AI, which I have to say could not be the best solution, because if I'm doing it on paper, I'm investing a lot more cognitive energy into this, and I definitely remember more. But then again, if I have 5 meetings a day, do I have to do it all on paper, or should I choose one which requires so much cognitive energy? So yeah, using AI note takers.
So listen, thanks very much for being so engaged and for sharing your ideas. We'll find a way to share everything you suggested on Slido with you as well. We'll also share the slides. So here are some of the resources that I mentioned, and then some of the resources that Kate mentioned.
Just all the links
as well.
And if you're curious about any of the tools that I mentioned, Notion, AI note takers, anything else, calendar, color coding, I'm here all day and I'm happy to talk to you, and I'm also happy to continue the conversation on any other day or after the conference. And with me being digital, that's my LinkedIn. If you want to connect, I'd be happy to stay in touch. I hope that's my LinkedIn. Yes. Yes. Yes.
If anyone wants to get in touch with me, I'll give you my postal address. So listen, Kate and I both work at Nile. We're not being sponsored by Nile, so I'm not allowed to mention our record-breaking Delta results. But if you want to find out more for your institution, you can speak to Kate at some point. And I'm definitely not allowed to talk about the fantastic discounts we have this year, because we are celebrating our 30th year. So do come and find us. I'm here till Friday, you're here till Friday as well. And I'll be speaking on Thursday about leadership as well. And look at that, the timing of the coffee has just arrived.
Before you go and have a cup of coffee, if you're interested in more digital tools, particularly AI, particularly how to create an own assistant or a custom GPT, if you're familiar with this, with 0 coding skills, simply by typing some text, you can automate your emails, you can automate the timetabling. I've automated English level placement test. I've automated creation of tasks. Come to my session. I'll show you how to do this.
What you don't realize is Kate's not here. It's actually a hologram being in
Tuesday, 3:05.
What's the framework? Okay.
Yes.
See you all day.
So, for those of you in the room, it's coffee break. For those of you online, you're allowed to have a coffee as well. We'll be back in 30 minutes with great session on Ellie. So, you there.
We need a photo.
Well done,
number.
guys. That was
Really good.
so much. Great stuff. Well done.
Right.
Yeah.
So many years after.
The vodka.
Yeah, I'm gonna, there's a bit in Excel that I'm a bit worried it's not gonna work, but Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Daniela Yu. I am one of the LAMSIG committee member, right? And I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, and it's Eleanor Ellie, and she's the director of Interstelling with Inter-University Partnerships, and she's got 20 years of experience in international education and 15 years in school management. And she holds an executive MBA from Cranfield University and a degree in English literature from University of Edinburgh, and has held senior roles such as Director of Operations and Director of Education at IH London and Regional Operations Director for Embassy English. And her diverse background includes leadership positions like English teacher, Director of Studies, Academic Director, and Center Director, and international experience in international Germany, Cambodia, Singapore, and South Korea. So, and she'll be, and forgot to mention, she currently lives in Dunblane with her husband and 3 children. There we go. Thank you. Like to just sit down now. Thank you so much. I want to thank Oxford University Press for sponsoring Ellie today. Thank you. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. And yeah, it's lovely to be here today. This is actually my first time at IATEFL, so to be here presenting is very exciting and nerve-wracking. When Mike phoned me a few months ago and asked me to do this session, but I'm actually now surprised he didn't ask me by pigeon post after the session. But my first reaction was absolutely not. I couldn't possibly do something like that. That sounds absolutely terrifying. And he did say, well, the theme is facing our fears. So it's very on brand that I'm here today. But I do think so. One thing that was a lovely introduction. Thank you so much, Daniela. But one thing that was amiss was that I actually omitted was that I started off as an English teacher, which I think is a very common trajectory in our industry. And probably the majority of directors and leaders in our industry started off as a teacher. And I think that's a really important point for the topic of this presentation, because while I think our industry is brilliant at supporting teachers into management positions in lots of different ways, in terms of change management and people management, crisis management, finance management is actually quite neglected as a topic. And I think that has a couple of impact. So one is that sometimes we have leaders and directors in positions that kind of manage the finances at arm's length because it seems quite scary. Or even worse, we have staff that don't move into those management positions because they think, oh, I couldn't possibly do that. That's far too scary and complicated. So I hope that my session today will convince you that it's really not, and there is no need to fear. So move on. Okay, so I want to introduce you to some basic financial terminology, build some confidence in operational finance. Don't panic, but interpret and analyse a P&L and hopefully demystify managing finance in your institution. So I'd like to ask you, what comes to mind when you look at numbers? Revenue.
I see.
Havoc, terror. Okay. Great. Well, hopefully you'll feel differently by the end of this session. So can you chat in your groups, chat to your partners about the context in your institution? What is the situation with finance in your institution? Do you manage it? Does someone else manage it? What does it mean to you? How does it make you feel? Just to get to know each other's context. So chat to each other in your Okay, thank you. Everybody else in us. Thank you. Online will be joining us in a few seconds. Okay, is there anything you'd like to share from your discussions in terms of what managing the finance means to you or your context that you heard about?
Well, I'm an academic director. I don't have any finances in my scope of action. But I have an MBA like yourself, and with that module, the finances module, I had the lowest part. Not because I don't know anything, but it was a crash course, maybe most probably, and everything was rushed. I needed more information and more everything basically. When I have the finances, I will go back to my instincts where I go, this is how things should work. Does it mean it's right? No, it's just based on my experience. Am I scared? No, because we make mistakes and we learn. But then, will my director be scared? Most probably yes, and wouldn't trust me with such things, but I would trust myself though.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good point, that your intuition does count for a lot, and just, you know, working out, is this how it should?
Today we're still alive, can you imagine?
Exactly. Okay, so to talk about so what does managing the finances mean? So I think it's pertinent to look at what managing the finances doesn't mean, maybe ignoring the grammatical questionability of that sentence. So what does managing the finances not mean? So it's not accounting. There is often a perception that I couldn't possibly do the finances because I'm not an accountant. I don't have that background. It's absolutely not accounting. Accounting is where you're taking transactions, creating historical information, putting it all into a lovely database. That's not what you would ever be expected to do as a business leader. What your role would be analysing that information. So interpreting it, analysing it, and then using that to make decisions about your business. So you don't need a degree in accounting or an MBA. And actually, it's interesting, during my MBA, so when we did the finance section, what they did say to us was actually a lot of this, you don't really need to know it in detail. You just need to know it so that when other people explain it to you, you vaguely know what they're talking about. So just vaguely knowing what they're talking about is enough. It's not maths, so you don't need to perform complex calculations. That's also something that I hear a lot. I'm terrible at maths, I can't do finance, doesn't matter, I'm terrible at maths. You can still be terrible at maths and be excellent at managing the finances in your institution. So you don't need to calculate EBITDA or create complex formula to be able to do it well. It's not building Excel spreadsheets, so you don't have to be excellent at Excel. It helps if you are, but you don't need to build any of the P&Ls yourself. As the business leader, you're the customer of the information, you're not producing it. Saying that, we will make a mini P&L later just to show you how straightforward it is, but you won't usually need to do that. And as I said, it's not having a thorough in-depth knowledge of the finance. A respectable knowledge, understanding the terminology, not a thorough in-depth understanding of financial principles. You will have someone in your school, in your institution, to do all that for you. It doesn't matter how big your school is or how small it is. Everyone will have some kind of finance support, whether it's a big team or an accountant, whether you're for-profit or not-for-profit. You still need this function to support the business senior management team. So what does it mean? It's using financial tools to understand the story of your business, comparing performance and identifying trends. So I think accounting has a language which can be really daunting, and how daunting that language is can kind of sometimes stop us getting involved in the conversation, because it's just like, oh, it's just too complex. But that's fundamentally, it's a story. The finance is a story. And that's what we are in the business of communication. So understanding that language, being able to interpret it and explain it to others, that's the business that we are in. So actually, this is right up our street as English language professionals and communication professionals. It's using information to make decisions about your business. So accounting is looking back at what's happened. Finance is looking at what the situation is now, using that information to change something in the future, make decisions about the future. And fundamentally, it's using tools to prompt you to ask questions, to ask why. So the trend is like this. Why is that happening? What can we do to change it? So it's prompting questions rather than having the answers.
And you might be thinking, why does it matter? Because in my role, I don't do the finances, I never will, and it's not something I'm interested in. But I think all of us in some way or another should have a basic understanding of this so that we're involved in the conversation. So in the course of your career, you might be the person that your staff look to for guidance and budgets. So if you're an academic director, your staff will be looking to you in terms of your resource budgets. You might be expected to hit or set financial targets. You might at some point become the person that manages the finance officer or the finance manager. And a big one is needing to effectively explain to anybody else what's happening in the company and what it means and what you should do about it going forward. So whether that's explaining the results to your staff, to your boss, to the board, to the outside world, learning that language is really key. And no matter what you do, it's always important to be able to advocate for yourself and your team when weighing in on financial decisions in the company. So if you understand what's going on, you'll have more credibility in being involved in those conversations. So, in terms of apology, you better panic. So if you can either pop in the web or use the QR codes. It's up to you whether you want to do this matching exercise together with a partner, if you want to do it on your own.
Will you share the results?
Well, I will share the results. Yeah, well, not your results, no.
Thank you.
It's already there. Is it working?
I think I'm going to take it. Gross profit. That's going to be real
Ellie, can you just go back a slide for 1 second? Brilliant, thanks. I was about to say thanks. It doesn't sort of roll off the tongue, either. I'm hoping
So which one? Here, measures measure efficiency.
Build on your foundation. Excellent.
Yeah. Do you have it open? Oops. Oh, they're breakout rooms. Don't. Okay.
Like do that again. Yeah.
Okay, so I think we need to reshare. Or are you sharing full screen?
I think it was just sharing the presentation.
All right, okay. Okay, yeah, so we're sharing. Okay, so should we go through them together then? I heard lots of applause and claps, so hopefully you're all experts by now. So expenses that can be attributed directly to the production of delivery or goods. Should I put the answer? Okay. Key metric used to measure efficiency and profitability over time. Yes, well done. An accounting of revenue, expenses and profit for a given accounting period. P&L, yeah. Exactly. Because this is accounting kind of looking at what's happened. And a budget is forward looking. A financial metric used to evaluate the company's operating performance. Yep. Focuses on the profitability of a company before interest, taxes, depreciation and amortization. So it's EBITDA. So I think often you hear about the EBITDA of a company. That's what a lot of directors talk about as a key measure of the company's performance. Next one, key measure of profitability.
The gross profit.
Yeah. Total amount of money generated from a company's business activities, or the top line. A projection of, yeah, and expenses that are not directly tied to the production. Okay. There we go. Well done. So as stressful as that probably was, now you know it, so you don't need to. Oh,
No,
yeah,
just
yeah,
show answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's, that will be on my board. To learn.
And these elements are the key ingredients of an income statement or profit and loss. So if you understand these key ingredients, understand how to build it, then you can basically understand the finances, what's going on in any company. So if I can go back to, oops. Okay, here we go. Presentation. Okay, so the key areas of this in terms of, yeah.
Sorry, I said that people are still in the breakout rooms.
No? Okay.
No, the breakout rooms, we can't see the screen.
Okay, so if I share, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just the presentation. Okay. So what I'd like to do now is think in your organization, in your school, what are all the items of possible revenue, direct costs and indirect costs in your school, in your organization. So just list out any items of revenue you can think of, any direct costs. So just to remind you, direct costs are costs that can be attributed directly to a product. Yeah, just in your lovely notebook. And you can do this in pairs. list out all the income, direct costs, and indirect costs that you can think of within your organisation.
Yeah, so that will we don't do that. But yeah, I mean, like it says for an organization. No, we just the tuition. Alright, so yeah, membership contribution. Yeah, that's the revenue. Okay, right now. Alright, teacher fees.
Well, you only have one. Pay for the money from. Yeah. Children.
No. Why can you still see? Because you're showing, it does interview screen. Hang on. We need to share the. This one, yeah, that one. Okay, so we can share. That should be nice. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, no, it's the whole thing. Okay, that's
Yeah.
Well, that's like, yeah, yeah, we have to. I'm pretty sure. Very rarely dealt with. So you have like. It's all like art and all. Because then.
You know, we don't get the right to pay here. No other. So, but this is the way that it works, so the direct for report back to the specific tax that there are. Many lawyers from me and my offenses and the inherent.
Generating
Yeah.
That's right. That was the point. Teachers were.
But it's also secure. Yeah.
So that's where the indirect. So the direct cost. Everything is without.
I'll stop you there. So here is a list, non-exhaustive, of all the lines of income, direct costs and indirect costs that you might find in a school or in an organization. Are there any of these that you would debate? Say, I'm not sure whether these are direct.
I was a bit unsure about, like, if you have a Zoom, like if you taught online and you had like a Zoom premium subscription, but it wasn't attributed to a particular student of that class, would that then be a direct or an indirect cost?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the Zoom subscription in theory is attributed to online courses, so your online income. So I would say that's a direct cost. However, that's my next slide. Doesn't really matter. So as long as you are, so in this case, you could say it's direct or indirect. Every finance manager might do things a little bit differently. And that's why actually a big part of managing the finances is getting to know your finance team and your organization and the way that they do things. But in that case, as long as you are consistent over time and applying it in the same way for every month and every year so that you can compare different periods, then you don't need to get too stuck on where you're putting it. If that makes sense. Anything else?
Is there a purpose or reasoning for splitting them into two categories then? If it's pretty flexible or fluid and we don't need to get stuck on the labels, then what's the reasoning behind?
Well, I'll show you that in a second when we build the P&L. But the reason is that basically everything in this line, you absolutely need to spend this money in order to deliver everything in this line. There's no way that you can deliver this without spending this money. So by looking at those two together, you can see what's the profit from just the basic operations in my school, and then you have to add in all your overheads afterwards. So this should produce quite a good profit for you, but then you can't forget about all the other things that you need to spend to keep the doors open. And if you if you're involved in finance, you'll hear about the gross profit margin, which is looking at these two. So you want your margin to be, your gross profit margin to be good, so that you can then afford all your overheads and still make some money. Okay, so maybe it will be a bit clearer if we actually look at a P&L for, let's see if we can find, sorry, this is, I'm terrible at maths. Here we go. Is that sharing online? Can you see the Excel? No. Because you have to go. Share. This one? Is that the other way? Yes. That's working? Yes. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's build a P&L together now for LAMSIG School of English. So shout out some revenue items that you might expect within a school, within our LAMSIG School of English.
Tuition fees.
Yep. This is the tiniest keyboard ever. Tuition fees. Okay, so let's say we had a really good month.
Enrollment.
Enrollment fees, yeah. Let's see, that's about
Accommodation.
5,000. Accommodation, yeah. Oops. Let's see, that's about 90. Books, yeah.
In trains.
In trains, yeah. Definitely if you work for Mike. Yes. Okay, so then we add all of our revenue together. And this is how much money we have incoming to our school this month. That's excellent. Okay, what about direct costs? Remembering that direct costs lead back to a specific income line. So
salaries.
Yeah, teaching costs. So let's say that's about 35% of income.
Resources.
Yes,
To be linked to
100%. Sorry?
It has to be linked to accommodation. Right?
Yeah, so accommodation costs, exactly. So we'll probably have an allocation. So let's say we're making even this month.
Maintenance.
That's indirect.
Yeah, that's overheads. Yeah, but yeah, we can put that down here. Yeah. So what?
Supplies, maybe.
Yeah.
Supplies.
Yeah, exactly. Oops.
And here you have agent commission and the airport transfers.
Yes.
I'm cheating from.
Yeah.
I'm cheating.
Okay, let's see. But a little bit of margin there, and yeah, airport transfers exactly. Sorry. Airport transfers. Here we go. Okay. So again, then we're adding up all of our direct costs so that we can work out what our gross profit is, which is very simply taking your total revenue and minusing your direct costs. So we've made £132,000 this month, which I think is really respectable for a new school. And then to work out the percentage, we just take the profit divided by the revenue, and then we can see what our margin is. So I don't know if you have any dealings with margins in your school. Would you say that's a good margin? Happy with that? Okay.
Very optimistic.
Yeah. The higher the margin is the better, or the lower the margin is?
Yeah.
Exactly. The higher the margin, the better.
But it's less than 50% though. Is that that good? I don't know. I don't understand much.
Yeah.
So it's never gonna be more than 50%. I've never seen it more than 50%.
Oh, okay. So it depends on the product, really. It depends how much revenue you have coming in, and how much money you need to spend to keep that product going. So just for example, so when I used to work in a big school where we had 5 different departments. In one of the departments, the margin was actually 65%. Not going to say where. In another of the departments, the margin was about 20%.
But
so
then
they're
what's
both
the
still
average?
producing revenue. There's no real average, but you would say that if it's under 30%, you might be a bit worried. But ultimately, a lot of summer schools, for example, would have lower margins because you have a lot of direct costs with the accommodation and the just lots of costs involved in that within the summer. So it's producing a lot of revenue, but a lot of cost. So the percentage will be low, but you'll still be producing a good amount of profit. So you don't need to worry too much about that. Again, it's all about comparing it month on month and seeing how it's changing. That's where you really get the value from this information. Looking at it just like this doesn't really help you that much. What helps you is looking month on month and comparing to last year, and also comparing to other similar businesses in terms of the margin. Okay, so if we finish off this, what indirect costs? You've said maintenance already. What other indirect costs?
Rent.
Yeah. So we've got quite a good deal on our rent.
The teachers speaking, what are the teaching costs? I mean, I'm now reading this.
What are the teaching costs?
Salaries. But sorry. No.
The most important part.
Yes, the biggest cost, exactly. Okay, so then maintenance, what other indirect costs? Admin, yeah. Oops.
Office supplies.
Yeah. And office supplies. So
Does that include?
Admin and salaries.
Are we hiring interns? Is that the way we go?
okay. Okay, then we're adding up our indirect costs, and then we have to calculate the final or the bottom line. You'll often hear the bottom line. So take away your profit, your indirect cost from your profit. So this is what we made this month. And then again, to work at that percentage, you just divide this by the revenue. So you'll never need to do this, but I'm just to show you how simple it is if you wanted to. Okay, so I think this is a respectable result for this month, but as I said, it's all about kind of comparing it over time. So if we can unhide this, let's see. So this is what's happened in LAMSIG School of English over a 4-month period. And remember, your role as the business leader is to look at the data and ask questions. So you don't need to have the answers. It's just about using the trends to prompt questions. So as the director of LAMSIG School of English, what questions does this prompt for you?
Why is it dropping the percentage every month?
Yeah, very good question. Exactly the right question. So that question is exactly why you use this percentage to be able to see efficiency really, really quickly.
So you need to tweak something.
Yeah, and then you can look at the lines above to dig into what's really going on.
Where's the biggest increase?
The teaching cost goes up. The teaching cost goes up every month.
Well, it's summer school, so it's not.
But it might be
Less
connected.
football, you're spending more on it. That's the big one.
Yeah.
people, the revenue for books is going down, the expenses for books is going up. So you're now paying way more for books than you were before.
Okay, so
Maybe
something.
you're not even breaking even on books.
Maybe that's the cost of your book, Andy.
The airport transfer is up as well. Airport transfer.
Yeah, that's increasing. Is it, can you see any reason why that might be increasing?
Which one's increasing, sorry?
The airport transfer.
Well, you may have more students.
Yeah,
That's one
so maybe looking at tuition
Summer
fees,
period.
that's increasing.
Where's the biggest percentage increase from our either losses or the costs? Like what's the largest cost increase?
Yeah, accommodation is,
Foundation's dropped.
yeah,
Accommodation has dropped in terms of revenue. So yeah, you can see
Yeah.
tuition is going up, sales are increasing. Got more students, brilliant. But accommodation is going down. So that would
when it
prompt.
comes to the revenue, but not when it comes to the direct costs, right? It's
So
the
you're
same.
still spending the money,
Yeah.
you're not getting it, so.
So this looks like fewer students are taking our accommodation. But you can see the accommodation line here, we have a contract, so we're still spending that money, so our margin is decreasing.
So that could be, for example, if you've got residential accommodation, that's what year-round residential accommodation, that could be a problem because outside the busy period, you're still having to pay the same amount of rent
Yeah,
in some kinds of contracts.
yeah, exactly, and that happens a lot. So in the summer, for example, where a lot of the students go home, but you're still contracted to that accommodation, so it's going to really squeeze your margin. Okay. So what decisions or what actions may you take then as a result of analysing this P&L?
Going to renegotiate the accommodation.
Renegotiate accommodation, yeah.
Contract.
Investigate why are students not taking our accommodation? Is the price too high? Is there demographic changing? What's going on there? Anything else?
In the interim, you could rent out these spaces or.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Also look into why, we're getting more students, what are we doing right there? And why are those extra students not taking accommodation? The books as well, you pointed that out, there's something strange going on there, it's not quite matching. So so your role as a leader when presented with this P&L would be to go through line by line and ask all these questions. Set up a meeting with all the right people, what's going on with this, what's going on with that, really dig into it and try to understand the story of what's happening, of what's going on in the background. Okay, so in terms of looking at this P&L, does this make sense to you? So if I share, if we look back at the first P&L, oops. This is the same P&L that we've just looked at. It's
So
just
scary.
extended. Sorry.
Scary.
So it's just extended for the whole year. It's showing the full year. So this, you can see everything that's happened this year and you can compare it to last year. And this is where the real value comes in. So this is what we're doing this year. How does that compare to last year? Are we doing better or worse?
And when EBITDA is minus, that would
That's not good, no. So yeah, that's your bottom line. That is kind of EBITDA is basically your profit before all the things that you can't control. So interest, tax, depreciation. I think EBITDA was actually kind of created as a concept during the .com era because you had lots of big tech companies that looked as though they had huge costs in their P&L because of all the depreciation from all the tech, and it wasn't a really, it was difficult to actually see how well companies were doing. So it's separated where now all of that stuff is just put way to the bottom. And now this is a key measure of how well your company is doing. So EBITDA is a good way to measure one company's performance against another's. So yeah, and when I was an academic director, what I really cared about was the gross profit, because that's what I could control. I could control the teaching salaries, the books cost, so every time the P&Ls came to me, I went straight for the margin. How are we doing this month in terms of the margin? Oh, we've gone down. What's going on? Dig into it. And then obviously now that I'm a director, I'll also look at these costs, see what's happening with these as well, and looking at the trends over time. Numbers just before lunch, but luckily we now have lunch to decompress. So yes, thank you very much. I hope I have done a little bit to convince you that the numbers are not that scary. It's eminently possible to learn, and yes, something that I hope wouldn't hold you back moving into your next leadership. Thank you.
Yeah, as Ellie doesn't mind, we have a little bit of time. So if anyone's got any questions for Ellie now, but Ellie is going to join us later for the panel.
Question. Do you know if there are any crash courses for
So there's
ELT leaders, managers, directors, and so on?
Yes. And George too.
Yeah. So within the industry, I think probably Andy and George might have something they can recommend. But if you're looking for a generic course, then finance for non-finance managers.
No.
So it's very specifically
Yes, I've been,
SLT. So
looking for one for quite some time now.
yeah. So Andy, do it too. Yeah.
Well, I work on the International Diploma in Language Teaching Management, and we have a module on finance, specifically on finance.
Okay.
But it's not we don't offer it standalone, we only offer the whole course.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if that fits for you, but that would be certainly an option. We would have like this different modules, managing change, project management, etc. But one of them is managing finance. Okay. We do all of this.
And I'm on that course with Andy. And I also help run one which is primarily for managers in the UK and also in China, and that's called the Delton, the Diploma in English Language Teaching Management, and that's run by English UK. And we cover finance in that as well.
Always part of
the course.
There's a meet there.
You could add it to your online now.
It's online. Maybe it's online. Middleton is all online. Delton is partly not.
Any other questions for? Paul?
What advice would you give to a new academic manager as regards finance?
So my advice would be go out for a drink with your finance manager. Genuinely, that's what I did when I first was had the role of the school director 14 years ago or so. And I was sent my budget. This is your budget. This is your P&L. I opened it. Oh God, that looks terrifying. Immediately close it, file it, ignore it. And then after a few months, I thought I really have to get into the weeds of this. And I took our finance manager out, had the P&L printed out, massively key, said just take me through it line by line. And I think that's really helpful to do regardless of whether you really know the finances or not, because every finance manager does it a little bit differently. So in every I've been 6 or 7 different organizations where I've had to oversee the finances. Those organizations have had 3 or 4 different finance managers at various points. Everyone does it differently. If you can understand the P&L, you will be absolutely fine, but it's just really good to kind of get into the head of how they are doing things, how they're calculating it, and having that relationship, just like with anything else in the industry, is really important.
I'm speaking as the son of an accountant, and I've always thought that finance is too important to leave it to the accountants. I really think it is important as an academic manager, you know the basics of finance.
Yeah.
So that you can have educated conversations with the people who run the finances. So you can ask that question, well, how much is this going to cost? and you've said we need to cut here, and then you can say, can we cut in other ways? Is there anything else we can do?
Yeah.
So you can have a conversation.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to be the one bringing that discussion rather than waiting for it to come to you. We need to cut here, here, and here. You want to be ahead of it.
And senior managers are very impressed when academic managers say things like, how much is this going to cost? Because they're not used to hearing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you're working for a school and you have, say, 3 different departments, teaching, exams, and teacher training, how do you go about the indirect costs?
That is such a good question.
I know.
So you do something that's what's called cost accounting. So you treat every department as if it's its own budget, it's its own P&L. So you do kind of what I've done here.
Yeah.
So you'll have indirect costs that are only for teacher training, for example, academic manager, that's only for teacher training. And then you have your own P&Ls, you work out what the profit is of each of them. And then underneath all of that, you do the overheads, and then you attribute some of those costs to each department. And then each department argues with each other. Well, but why am I being charged for rent when I'm fully online? Or we don't use as many classrooms as they do. So why are we charged the same amount? But often what they'll do is take the percentage of revenue from that department and then attribute that percentage of overheads in the P&L.
So the percentage is based on the percentage of the revenue, right?
You can do it that way, but then again, different finance managers will do it differently. There's not this is the way to do it. So for example, at IH London, we had an online delta, so that the online delta wasn't charged any rent or building costs because they didn't use it.
But they might have been.
But they had to pay for that. They were charged.
They might have been charged something else, like, I don't know, the online platform or Moodle they had.
Yes, exactly.
So-
Exactly. They were, whereas other departments didn't use it, so they weren't.
Have you found any AI assistants?
Oh, no.
Privacy would be a problem, right?
Sorry?
Privacy would be a problem. Because you cannot upload this information into AI.
Yeah.
Hallucinations would be a big issue.
Yeah.
I don't know, I need to talk to Kate about that and get her on the case. But maybe next year I'll come back.
Or maybe you have prompts which kind of save you from risks, I don't know.
I mean, I think it's a really good question because I think it'd be interesting to put a P&L into AI and see what's this telling you. I think
It can be done.
It can analyze
It
data.
can be done, and you can anonymize it.
Yes, you can
So-
Take out the names you mean in
And
the
it can
company.
come up with a strategy for you. I mean, I've tried it
Yeah.
myself. It can do it.
But even if you take out the data, it can still work out it's you, and it can work out it's your company. Because if you're logging on with your account, it already has enough information about you to link that account to other.
What have you
data
done,
on the
George?
internet.
Fortunately, I'm using it for courses where I'm trying to improve case studies. So
So many other companies are involved, okay.
Andy, you've got a question?
No, it's just kind of partly a question. It's because I teach people and I work with people who are learning financial management for the first time, people like us, academic managers. One of the things that they have to do is they have to do an assignment, which is they have to cost, and they have to approach their finance office to find out information. And it's fascinating to find out how many finance officers around the world are so jealously guard any information. And my students sometimes, they have to have this whole thing in their proposal saying, I couldn't find this information. This is what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
You're like, even things like indirect costs, they won't get information about indirect costs, how important it is. But the finance office, sometimes they're really tight, and it's in different countries, it's different. In Turkey, it's really bad. Turkish finance managers never give information, it seems to me. But it's like one of those things which is really a really big challenge. That getting information from the finance, it's like, we don't want to share that information with you. And it's like, well, I need it because I want to be able to talk about these costs and work out these things. And well, why do you need it? How else can I do it without the indirect cost, without the indirect rate?
Very cryptic sometimes, aren't they?
Sometimes very cryptic and sometimes clear.
Yeah.
No, this is not. this is private information for us, even though we're in the same organisation, and it's really useful information. Sometimes it's really hard to get that information.
Well, luckily, we now know that George's information is known. We all go to ChatGPT. How much money has George got? Then we can ask him to buy lunch for every. Any other questions for Ellie? I've got, before we go for lunch, I've got two thank yous. A huge thank you to Oxford University Press for sponsoring Ellie. Round of applause. We're not going to provide lunch. You have to go into the streets of Edinburgh and find lunch.
There's some tips and suggestions here if you want to.
Where can you find that?
Just on this.
What we'd like you to do is come back as quickly as you can, so you've got time to chat to our sponsors. I've told Oxford University Press, if people don't come and speak to her at lunchtime, we'll take those nice notebooks off. We'll take them back. So secondly, when we were putting this day together and we had the theme of facing your fears, the one thing as a committee, we said we've got to have something on finances. And then I said, okay, who wants to talk about finances? You've never seen a committee disappear. It's possible. Nobody wanted to stand up here for an hour and talk about finances. So Ellie, a huge thank you.
Yeah.
So we're going to be back at 2. We've got Reem joining us to tell us some ideas about how to deal with difficult conversation. Reem, I guess, is just waking up now because she's based in California. She's joining us remotely. So while you're eating, you have to pray that the technology works when we come back into the room. So thanks for being such great participants this morning. Enjoy your well-deserved lunch break, and we'll see you back here. Next session of that session. You've got a bit of time.
Ellie, you were in Korea. Live?
And if technology is a way, I can.
Yeah, it's essentially.
Okay.
All right.
So
I was there. Yeah. We've got a hot party. Yeah. Which one? Oh. Okay. I see a lot of aspects of it. Like, explaining there was so great. I know.
It's after.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Yeah. I think you got it right. Yeah, no, you did really well. Yeah. Yeah, really, really good.
People online were really enjoying it. Oh my goodness, that's good. Yeah, sorry, it was quite.
Yeah.
They were very conversation and then when you say with that, you know, yeah. Questions and everything.
Great. All right.
Okay, yeah, I'm totally worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah.
From the IATEFL dancers, no. So, you know, please remember George needs a survey results. We should have the whole. Oh, sure. But we'll people see that how good is they see this just off the screen, or is it better to what they, yeah, I think it's really good seeing the research.
Yeah, I'm being probably a bit of a pain.
That's, yeah. You've got 45 minutes.
Yeah. Sandwich?
Yeah.
Maybe? You can, yeah. Shall I put that up down?
With the whole. Bunch together? Sure, yeah, want it down, It's much.
Pretty great, okay, for online session.
We did it last year.
Yeah, yeah.
Can anyone see what's finished?
The session from that last. I'm in the session of.
I like the new last one. So I'll find the conference venue starting in the. And you're going out the minute. That session, I could put them online. Martina, if you just said with the online participants that will link the session, like. You've logged out.
I've logged out from there.
From that one, that one's still
connected. Still connected, yeah, exactly.
You've all got very nice ones, so very dancing.
Yeah, just really nice.
And yeah, I told the participants that we're going to be back in a little over an hour.
Can you let
That's good.
Recording in progress.
I can see the PC agenda, but with the notes and stuff. If you share the.
As it's called.
It's a new share.
I really my bag.
Where is it? What's the?
It's this month.
No, but there should be, hang on, just go back and put it
Yeah.
on presenter view.
Sure, yeah. But this isn't the right one, this is Ellie's. That was stop sharing. Horrible. Right. Well, let me close. Maybe you close it just the way.
Yeah, it's
Oh, my words.
Yeah.
Let me do anything. That's because I didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, good to see you.
And you too, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just.
Fancy coming to this little sandwich place
Yes,
in a moment?
just gonna work out
Yeah.
what the holding size,
Looks
do
like
you use
that, yeah.
Slack? Or
No,
is it?
oh, I do actually.
No, it's a close to me though.
Oh, you did? Brilliant.
Red dots and green dots.
Don't know what I'm sharing now.
The one
You see?
sharing.
Who do you know? Right.
Looks like right, that's right, isn't it?
You know that?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. The
I'll
interview.
do for now.
Is it?
Thank you.
No, it's still presenter.
That's
But next slide.
What was it? The one where.
Yep. You put it in presenter view, yeah?
Yeah, it's switching. So what's happening is this one is, okay. I think someone, do you know what we did before?
Hang on, it was desktop two, that one there. Desktop
Yeah.
two, and then share.
Yeah.
There we are.
Got it, great, okay.
Yeah, okay, go for it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
3 questions.
Yeah.
How did you get into role?
Was he there?
Oh, yes.
What do you do now?
I'm not gonna come up, so I'll catch you back here. Yeah, yeah.
So now, what I was gonna.
Yeah, do you want to give me a while just to?
You need to do your thing, but that's what.
But yeah, that's great.
That was my intention. I'll leave it to.
I'd love to do that, thank you.
Thank you.
I will be, yeah, I'm just.
Good idea.
Yeah. Where you go?
I brought a sandwich because I wasn't sure.
No, I'll pop out in a bit. I'm just gonna see if we get on a ream and then I'll relax.
Okay, nervous. Yeah.
You are close. Okay, good.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. I think that's 2 times it's quite overwhelming, but you know, the understanding.
I've got 175 responses. I am delighted. Sure.
That's for June. And I just wrote down. So, Charlotte. Charlotte Rance.
Okay, how you doing? Right, good to see you, Stuart. Hello.
I'm Helen.
Helen, nice to
Hi,
meet you.
nice to meet you.
It's really great. Very nice. They are, yeah, they do a superb job.
Yeah, that's for that. Giving these away, so.
You're giving them away.
Yes.
What, you mean I can take
You
one?
can take one.
You can take one.
Oh my
It's
God.
a welcome ticket. It's the event on Thursday.
Oh,
You
right.
just need to do the QR code.
Yeah.
I
I know.
National
Paul
Gallery.
Ferguson, he's been involved in this.
I would think so, yeah.
Brilliant. Fantastic.
Yeah, taking along his campaign experience and a bagpipe workshop.
Bagpipe workshop.
It'll be like our version of Friends.
That is, well, I mean, yeah, that should,
It's such fun as well, at the museum.
yeah.
And so Julie's doing a talk about this. June.
Oh, right, yes, I know that. Oh,
Yeah, it's fun.
this one, is it? Oh, great.
He's doing about,
Oh, okay.
no, that one, not that one, sorry. Oh, where's the?
It's gone, you're talking about self-directed PD. It's gone, I don't know if there'll be more of those. Yeah, I think the volume's there were more of those.
They might not realise.
Yeah, we might have to say something.
Yeah.
Someone's taking a look at them.
Yeah.
Yeah, be careful, because these ones are gonna go. I think, it's.
Yeah, there was a couple more.
Yeah. Let's check.
So do we have the, yeah, we have the intermediate out, haven't we?
Yeah. Just take-
That was an interesting question about unity AI. It's about security. Yeah, it really does, very good. If you give it data.
I mean, it's the data.
Just random figures, you
Random
don't.
figures that set the same percentage of what your well data is.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. You can disguise
The ideas that you didn't get, yeah.
You know, this sort of idea that they track it down. The rest of it, yeah, kind of, they're a little bit conspiratorial.
Yeah.
See what I mean? It all goes into a very fault.
You could say that about anything is weird, but not happy.
Exactly.
I use, like, if I use AI in marketing, for example, it's a massive.
Yeah.
It's to build on.
Yeah.
I just don't have the name of OUP.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's just an adder, yeah.
That's right, yeah.
I know. And it can do a great job.
Yeah.
And I've used it.
Great starting points, great for polishing stuff off.
I think.
And you know, we do a case study. Let's look at this, turning around the school.
Yeah.
And I just give it the data that I give. So not only does it make that better,
Yeah.
but then I just go, can you give us a strategy? And you go forward, it goes good. And then I ask them, and they tell me what they come up with, and I say, would you want to know another, you know, have a look at this? Do I tell them it wasn't me? I think I do, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
done,
think that's good,
isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's good, because I mean, on, like, trainees or.
Yeah.
Doing courses, you go, yeah, that's enough, like, you told.
Now, I've had people recently attributing books and articles to me that I didn't write. Because it's hallucinating, you know, and then it says that I wrote something for the ELT Journal of Marketing. But it can't be, you know, just doesn't exist.
How do I write that?
But it's, yeah.
That's the learning.
Gives you, what topics have you written on your plans?
Wow. This is my, I think this is about my 30th conference. I spoke at every conference. So a lot of my stuff was in the LAMSIG newsletter over the years. Partly because I was the editor for the conference. No one else was writing. But it's also all around management. Yeah, it's all to do with management. From a management perspective. You know, general stuff like project management, change management, as well as specifics.
Yes, you have to work with now.
I'm freelance.
Work together.
We do work on one course together.
Right.
I also Delta, once you pay one from the UK, also and I'm a senior inspector for the British Council.
Who's you running Delta on behalf of?
Professional Association of Management Schools.
Okay, right.
So they partner with the British Council. with an accreditation scheme.
Delta was IH.
Well, this is the Delta.
Oh, okay, right.
Rather than adults, we've got management.
Okay, I see.
You've only
Right,
understand management. Yeah, so tends to be an education.
Are you in here?
So I was just wondering, because I'm off to China next Monday, and I'm going to be training 12 managers for. So I'm going to be delivering this at the.
Yeah, no. DES.
Global.
They know what they call it now?
Well, China.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's.
CES first.
Yeah, it is English first, education first.
Yeah. It's, they play around with the acronym, don't they? Well, the acronym.
They do.
What it stands for, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if there's anything here that I could take.
I don't know if we've got the numbers to take on the day, but. What's something to do with this?
Well, they might be interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I need 12.
What's this? 5?
Yeah. Well, right, yeah, no, I'm happy to wait. I'm happy to wait.
You're here, okay?
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
ready.
Yeah.
We're happy to shift stuff up.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
But also, yes, for spreading the word, that'd be great.
Yeah. I've almost worked for OU. I think I have worked for you. They contacted me a couple of times quite recently, but I've not managed to do it. And they used to run something, a colleague of mine who I don't think he used to do some sort of leadership management courses, presentation skills and things like that in the past.
Well, take one of these, by the way, you're not already. It's on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
This is an area where we've had, we'll look at the content.
Yeah.
More in that lane.
Yeah.
More in that stream, so I don't know if you sort of consider writing.
Yeah, I think so. What, if you've still got to copy it in them?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And I see here.
Yeah.
Yeah, take a look at that. Equally, have you got a card or?
I've only seen that little cafe, but our hotel is literally Boco. Literally come out, go right, go to the lights, turn right, and it's down on the corner. That's nice. Yeah, it's massive, lovely. Oh, it's really nice. It's I just don't see the salad, they do sandwiches and sort of so yeah. And you might bump into somebody as well. Natasha and Fernanda are still down there. I'm working here to say.
Oh, thanks, John.
A bit on the old side, but
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, I have.
Okay.
You've got one here, that'd be good.
Yeah, we just sort of, my focus is to create more content for this sort of audience.
Okay.
So I'm always on the lookout for people that can contribute to content like that. Stuff so it's more, as you just read, stuff that's sort of more relevant to sort of academic managers, directors of studies, etc.
Well, I think that you, I'm sure, know through school keep adoptions and things like that, it's all about the institution.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the bit that, thank you very much, that I've always kind of focused on and made the point that if you want managers to get better development, then you focus on the institutions. The individual managers, yes, but don't forget that most of the people get their development within an institution. So if the institution hasn't bought into it, it's an uphill struggle for the individual managers.
Yeah,
you're quite right. Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks very much.
I'm going to try to get some lunch.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's Charlotte Martin. Yeah, leave it. I'm gonna stay here the whole time in case someone comes back, so yeah. That's fun. Eat nice food.
I'll get out, I know.
Yeah. Enjoy a bit of vitamin D as well. Lovely out there.
Oh, outside,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's really nice. Really nice.
I think, I just came up yesterday and I've got family in these parts.
Oh, lovely.
And they were saying yesterday, which I think is the same today, it's very nice when you're in the sunshine.
Yeah.
As soon as you get out of the sun, it's not quite the same. feeling.
Yeah, well, it feels lovely at the moment.
Yeah.
I didn't have a coat on. I didn't need a coat. It's nice.
Were you happy with your session? That's good.
Yes, we were planning to rehearse.
Yeah.
But then we realized we wouldn't have the time to rehearse it. We were thinking this morning, but then with all the setup,
Yeah.
of course it didn't happen. So for something that's not planned, and I normally like to go through the session and talk through the session.
I'm doing this research at the moment and it's indicating that time management is one of those areas where teachers learn a certain amount, but it's somewhat limited. What you have to do, don't manage. Sad thing is that those things don't get taught, are not necessarily part of the induction. Really kind of giving them tasks, but no idea about how you're supposed to allocate the time. And what's the priority, and, you know, you're straight into the maelstrom of being an academic manager, but it's always something that's coming up that could take time away from perhaps your important tasks.
I often speak to academic managers and especially to school owners, because I'm from Ukraine and we have a lot of smaller private language schools.
Okay, yeah.
And a lot of the managers are still teaching around $20 a week.
Yeah.
Which
yeah.
I don't know how you feel about it.
No.
I think it's
It's a massive problem. And I've just been saying that I'm going to be training some managers in China next week or the week after. And that's their biggest problem. The number of hours they're expected to teach, as well as doing their management responsibilities. Yeah. And the research I'm presenting on Wednesday. Basically saying that when I asked them what's your biggest challenge, the biggest challenge for most people is heavy workload. And is that a big or a very big challenge? 89% say big or very big. And that is in relation to them developing themselves. The question is, which of these are challenges for you when it comes to developing as a manager?
Yeah,
It's a big figure.
there's no time, there's no cognitive energy for.
Precisely. That is one of the crucial things as well. Even if you carved out 15 minutes at the end of the day, what kind of emotional cognitive state are you in? Yeah. It is. So do you know Catherine?
I do.
Okay, send her my best, very best. Because you know she was
Yeah.
a while.
Kate, yeah.
Kate, all right, okay, Kate.
Question, out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Somebody who doesn't have language teaching background.
Yeah.
Can be a successful manager.
Can be a successful manager.
In a language teaching.
Yes, it would be potentially a bit of a struggle if they were academic managers. If it was on the side of teacher development, there's no reason why they couldn't be in the academic management department and do the admin side of things. So that would be my answer. And interestingly, because my study is sort of focused on academic managers, so the people that answered what survey are academic managers. And I think the rate at the moment, they're saying about 95% of teachers before they became managers. So, you know, what you get is your domain knowledge, as we say, subject knowledge, but there's all those other things that you don't get. Yeah, so I would say it's certainly possible. Occasionally you get people who are in other industries. I've come across this a few times. They were in other industries, sometimes in a management role, then went and trained as a teacher, and then became a manager.
Oh, that's
So that is very good.
Yeah.
You know. Sure. Well, I think, you know, you've done a very good job at isolating as well as managing ourselves this whole thing about difficult conversations and also finance, because that's coming up in my research and I didn't highlight it in the questions I asked. And it came up when I spoke to what I call my thought leaders. So I did in-depth interviews with 4 people, and they basically made the case that this is not something you learn as a teacher.
No, that's true.
And they were saying that as teachers sometimes struggle with that behavioural management side of things, particularly with things like absences, homework, you know, and that. They don't like telling people off.
No, that's true.
And when they become managers, and these were very senior managers, they said, well, I don't like doing that either. I know someone in my team who's very good at it, but I struggle with this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. Yeah, that should be good. So, yes, Kate, would you like to do my survey?
Survey?
If you haven't done it already. I don't think what's the easiest way to do it. come up with some research.
Hi, Reem.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, but I don't think we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Can you hear us?
Would be.
Yes.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay.
How are you doing, Reem?
But I hear echo, let's see.
Brilliant.
Oh, no, it's perfect, no.
And you are a Gabby.
Can you say something? It's I presented virtually.
Is this for me?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, hi.
Now
Right.
that's
Okay.
Long time.
So, Reem, everyone is on lunch at the moment.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. So the room is empty.
Okay, perfect.
I think we've got your slides.
Yes.
Can I share them from my side?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
I think
perfect.
what we're going to do before you share your slides, Reem, is we've got a couple of things to share on the screen here.
Okay.
And then once we go to you, then you can share.
So am I a co-host now? Oh, thank you so much.
We're just going to make you co-host.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. So the sound quality here is really good.
Okay.
And we've got 2 people from the committee online, or they will be online, so they can help manage during the discussions, put people in breakout rooms.
Oh, for some reason, Slido, does it have to be like, I don't know, that's interesting. So my Slido is not loading here, which is interesting. How can we do that? It says Slido is not ready yet.
Slido?
Oh, so it's wait until the host starts it. So that's interesting because maybe it just needs the host, not the co-host. That's interesting. It's good that we're troubleshooting now before we start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to try again?
Yes. So yeah, it doesn't let me. It says Slido's not ready yet. Please wait until the meeting host starts Slido. That's interesting. So
is there a way of sharing it with a QR code?
yes, so it is there on the slides for the in-person. Yeah. Nonetheless, I also want it to be there for those that are in Zoom.
Okay.
Unless they will also, but I mean, it doesn't make sense that it's embedded, right? But I mean, they can always use their cell phones. I mean, it's fine, but it's just that it's,
So
it's.
We had Slido in ours, Reem, and even the people online joined with their smartphones.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and we got good contributions from
from
the room and from online.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Okay, so then I'll just tell them to scan the QR code as well.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And when my colleague is back, we'll do our best to get a camera in the room so you can get a sense of the participants as well.
Okay, can I just try the QR code just in case? So I'll share with you. I mean, it's just that I want to make sure everything is up and running. So I'll just share with you the slide. And if you can.
Okay, I'll try it.
Yeah.
There are no active.
So now I'm going to start. Yeah, did it work?
No, so I scanned it.
And now if you go back, it should give you the what is your biggest.
Is it active already?
Now it's active. Yes.
Can you give me the QR code again? Let me try. Yes. Okay. What's your biggest fear or concern?
Perfect. So okay, great. So it's working.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great, thank you. It's just that I wanted to make sure. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so I'll be back in, I'm here. I'll just
Okay.
mute myself and, put my video off, and then I'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I'll be back as
Thanks.
well. See you soon.
Okay, bye.
Mhm.
If some of you skipped lunch, you went straight to the stationery store and stocked up on the in trays. Well done. So we're about to start. We have Reem who's going to join us in a second, but I think before we introduce Reem, Barb, you'd like to say a few words?
Just a quick note again. Have you seen the golden tickets? So these are OUP's golden tickets to the launch of English File Edition 5.
Yeah.
Those of you who are English File fans. We could always just say, or not. Yeah, that's right. Come and be converted. It's in the name, isn't it? File is, you know, someone who likes English. It's the launch is happening at the National Gallery. There's canapes, drinks, and bagpipe lessons. Apparently.
Bagpipe workshop. Workshops. I think it'll be like that Friends episode.
There's also like I heard this on the treasure hunt around, you get sort of private access to all of the gallery.
Wow,
Great.
that's a bit special. Yeah.
Thursday night.
Thursday night, but you need to register. There's a QR code. There's some golden tickets at the back, and a QR code for registering. And with that, I'll hand over to Mariana to introduce Reem.
Well, my name is Mariana Hidalgo. I'm from Argentina. I am a Lansing committee member. And it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Reem Olavi. She is Associate Professor of Pharmacology and Biotechnology with advanced degrees from the American University in Cairo and George Washington University. She merged cutting-edge research with a passion for professional skills development. Beyond her outstanding academic experience, she is an expert in public speaking, emotional intelligence, and cognitive time management. She provides training that empowers individuals and teams to maximize productivity. It is an honor to have you here, Dr. Reem. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. It's an honor to be with everyone virtually. Nonetheless, before we dive into the world of difficult conversations, let me start with one of my own now, because I'm currently committed to that relationship with my tissue box. So I apologize beforehand, you know, whenever you see my voice is cracking. Nonetheless, I promise you, you'll have a very nice journey together, you know, in this workshop. So my name is Reem Olabi, and one other thing that I'm excited about is that I'm going to also start my master's in education in Harvard in June. So I'm happy to be back to being a student again, because I believe we're always students in this life, perpetual students. So today what we're going to do is we're going to tackle it's a challenging topic, right? It's that one where sometimes we feel that we want to run to the other side, away from it. We don't want to confront difficult conversations or deal with difficult conversations, right? So our goal, or my goal in this 1 hour workshop, is to explore the fears that sometimes might arise when managing people, and hopefully to share with you some practical tools and those that might help in tackling such challenging dialogues in a confident and calm way. So this is our roadmap for today. Okay, so that's the roadmap for the next hour. We're going to start by identifying common fears that managers sometimes face, and we will look into or tap into solutions and strategies, and then there will be 2 activities that you're going to participate in. And then there will be a wrap up with some key takeaways, and hopefully it will, hopefully the skills or the tools that I'll share with you will be helpful. And one very important component from today's workshop is the neuroscience of fear of difficult conversations. It's not like I'm biased towards neuroscience, being a neuroscientist. Nonetheless, it's just that I feel that everything goes back to biology and the underlying biological pathways that happen in our brain. So by the end, I hope that you will feel more equipped to handle those tricky talks that are part of any leadership role. And like I said, am going to share some new aspects when it comes to our brain and how our brain perceives those difficult conversations. It's like the fight or flight, like we will see. And hopefully this will help you in identifying the new practices that could help you in tackling such challenges. So how about we start? And what I would like to start with is a word cloud. So if you can kindly scan the QR code, and we're going to see what is actually the number one fear whenever you feel, oh, I'm going to have that difficult conversation tomorrow with X or Y. And this is what I really fear. So what's your number one fear when it comes to handling difficult conversations?
Reem, I don't know
Yes.
if you can hear me. I'm going to have a difficult conversation with you now. Should we see your slides? Because we can't see the slides at the moment.
So now you cannot? Oh, yes.
No.
Okay. Can you see it now?
No.
Oh, so you did not see it from the get-go, from when I started?
We understood you. You're very.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I did share it. That's interesting. Okay. So it's shared from my side. Let's see. Thank you for, starting with the very first difficult conversation here. Okay, let's see. How about now? I mean, it's being shared from my side. I can see you are screen sharing, and it does show me that it's sharing the slides. So I'm not sure what's going on. Nonetheless, I'm happy to troubleshoot. Do you see the slides? No?
No.
That's very interesting. Okay, let's see. What can we do? What can we do? It's really interesting. Okay, maybe I'll just close the slides and open them again, hoping this would work. Let's see, trainings, and then
Reem, it's a problem here in the room because we can see it online, but not here in the room. So.
Oh, so online they can see it?
The online people joined as well.
Oh, okay. I mean, well, I'm happy that the online, lovely participants can see it, but I would love the amazing participants as well in person to see it. So let's see. Okay, I'll share again, hoping this time it would work.
Okay, now we can see.
Yes?
Yes.
No? No?
Yes.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see it, Reem.
Perfect.
Right.
Okay. See, it's resolved. Great. Okay, so if you can kindly scan the QR code. Okay, but before that, I mean, let me share with you, that was the agenda. And that was, these were the objectives, okay? And then now this is the word cloud. So again, if you can kindly share one of your biggest fears when it comes to managing difficult conversations. So please scan the QR code and let me know if you all scanned it, because I need to go to the Slido page. I mean, I can see you all, so maybe a thumbs up. And for the online participants as well, if you can also scan the QR code, because we're going to have it all as a QR code instead of having part Zoom and part QR. Okay, so I'm assuming that everyone is there now. Let's see. Okay, perfect. So I can see it coming. We have fear, we have empathy, we have accommodating, we have levels, we have that I'll embarrass my colleague. Okay, okay, making someone sad, lack of confidence. I'm afraid of tears, like someone might cry or be upset, not having reasonable responses, interlocutor, and then there are levels. So meaning different levels of fears, maybe. I mean, please, you're more than welcome to elaborate more on any of your fears. If you're online, if you like to put it on the chat box, if in person, maybe hold on to it and then we can discuss it more afterwards. Okay, so let me share. I'm not sure if you will see it actually. Nonetheless, I can always share it with Mr. Mike Riley through the email, all the results, and you will all be able to get it. So I see misunderstandings. I see other people, okay, and great. Okay, so so let's go back to the slides. So what I would like to say is thank you for your very honest and thoughtful contributions, because actually all these fears are incredibly common and they are valid. And what we're going to do next is we will walk through some simple strategies. So something like this. This slide here captures some of the fears that might be faced by managers or by team members in general. So fear of confrontation or damaging relationships. And something like this could be tackled by using empathy-driven language, and using active listening in order to maintain that level of trust or preserve that trust to start with while addressing that issue. Something like fear of escalation or conflict, right? That's another very valid fear. Nonetheless, maybe it's all about shifting our mindsets from fearing of conflict and trying to avoid that difficult conversation into that mindset of, you know what, this is a growth opportunity that's healthy for my team. Then we have the fear of seeming ineffective or losing authority. And this is when sometimes the managers or leaders feel, you know what, I don't want to be too soft, but in the same time, I don't want to be too harsh. So how can I find the balance? And again, that's really valid. It's all about being ourselves and being transparent and honest, and in the same time respectful and trying to be calm and accommodating. Fear of not having the right words. And this is when role playing or rehearsing comes in really handy, trying to anticipate what will happen. Because I did see also like the fear of not finding the perfect response, right? So basically, if I started anticipating, okay, what is going to happen? What might that person, knowing that person very well, right? I'm assuming that if it's a colleague that we worked with before, we know somehow their nature, how might they react. If it's a new colleague, then it's a great opportunity for us to get to know them and see, okay, what triggers them? How can we respond in future difficult conversations, right? And then fear of managing personal emotions, because we ourselves, we're human beings. And maybe they would say something that would trigger our anger, that would make us anxious, which means that our mind is not is no longer reasonably thinking and reasonably trying to find the suitable responses. And this might create a problem for sure. So what are some practical solutions here? There are several, and one of the most effective frameworks that we use is called the SBI model, and it stands for situation, behavior, impact. So what this model specifically offer is a structure for delivering feedback or addressing issues during difficult conversations. So for instance, for the situation, this step in specific involves stating the context of that difficult conversation clearly. It describes exactly when and where the issue occurred without making any assumptions, which is very important. Because once we start making assumptions, it tends to lean more towards being subjective versus objective, right? And this which is the situation and describing exactly when and where in an objective way. This helps ground the conversation in facts rather than emotions, okay? The second, which is behavior, this focuses on specific behaviors that you observed as a leader or as a manager or as a team member. And this helps you in avoiding making personal judgments or assumptions about the intentions. Because again, once this starts, then, we're losing track of the core of that discussion that we want it to be as objective as possible. So what we need to do is we need to stick to observable actions. And again, by doing so, we are making sure that the overall conversation is objective, okay? Then we have the impact. So what I mean by impact here is explain the impact of that behavior. Share how it affected you in a very nice and respectful way, because it will help others understand why the behavior is very important and what change is needed, okay? So the beauty of the SBI model is that it does reduce ambiguity. And when we know exactly what to say, we do lower the chance of triggering an emotional reaction, because this is what most of the people fear. It's doing whatever that might trigger an emotional reaction both ways, whether for me or from my side or for the other person's side, right? So what it helps is that it creates a clear roadmap for the conversation, and it makes it easier for both parties to focus on problem solving rather than getting caught up in defensive responses, those fierce conversations that sometimes might, go out of the room and reach other offices. So it's basically trying to avoid, having a fueled conversation. There are so many other techniques, like you can see in the slide. So something like mindfulness and deep breathing. So before and during a tough conversation, it's very important to take a moment and breathe deeply, because this practice does help manage our psychological stress response, and it does keep us calm and collected. Even during the conversation, if you felt that at some point you're going to get angry and it's inevitable, you know what? Just pause and breathe. You can even close your eyes. And I think they will appreciate that eventually, because, instead, okay, I can see that my manager or I can see that my colleague is trying to collect themselves, and they're trying to be as respectful as possible, right? Also, active listening goes a long way. So when we show genuine interest in the other person's perspective, right, this will definitely help in diffusing tension and creating a safe space for open dialogue. And this means active, empathetic listening. Because, again, I'll go back to us being human beings. Sometimes, yes, we're listening, but we're not really listening. What's happening is, okay, I look or seem as listening, but in the same time, I'm thinking, what am I going to say next? So this will not help in that conversation, because I'm not actively listening. I really did not absorb all what the other person said. I'm still thinking of what am I going to say. I just took one word from here and one word from there, and I'm building my response instead of fully listening to that person, okay? Another very important technique is preparation and rehearsal. So it's really important to familiarize yourself with the conversation points and possible responses. Remember when I talked about it in the beginning? Anticipating responses, anticipating questions that might rise up, and trying to look into how am I going to respond, even with difficult responses, even with crying and seeing, someone tearing. All of these are very hard. So how am I going to, I need to visualize that conversation, and I need to visualize how am I going to respond, because it's very important, okay? So the more prepared you are, definitely the more confident you're going to feel while handling that difficult conversation. So these are all techniques that you can use a combination of something like the SBI model with other techniques, and hopefully this can potentially turn a difficult conversation into an opportunity for improvement and growth, and into an opportunity to make the team healthier and to make the work environment healthier and less toxic. Okay? So how about we go into the activities? And the first activity is a short role play. You will have 7 minutes in total. If the team on the ground can kindly help me give the role play challenge handout, and it will basically outline the scenario and instructions, and I'm going to share it on the chat with everyone on that in Zoom. So let's see. Okay, so now it's with the participants in Zoom. Basically, one person is going to play the manager, giving feedback on missed deadlines. So that's the topic, missed deadlines. And it's not one missed deadline or two. It's like, seems that it's a habit now. Okay. And then you will shift or transition, and then the other team member is going to play the manager and so on. And then we will reconvene in about 7 minutes to share some reflections from the ground, the in-person, and also I would love to hear from the Zoom participants. So for the Zoom participants, let's have a breakout. So I'll have, okay, so do we have the participants in breakout already? For some reason. Okay. So I did open all the breakout rooms for you to be able to join the breakout room on Zoom and start working. Can you see the slides? Can you see the slides, Mike? Mike, are you able to see the slides or no? Can you hear me? I'm not sure. Uh-oh. Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me? Are you able to see the slides? So, I'm not sure if anyone can hear me. Seems that the in-person participants can't, but can you hear me? Yes? Okay. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Mike, can you hear me or no? Uh-oh. I have to admit it's challenging to manage online and in person, but it's okay.
Breathe.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Thanks, Ray.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So, how did it go? I mean, welcome back, first of all. I really enjoyed listening to the lovely, graceful conversations that went on Zoom. They were amazing and very peaceful, and but I wonder if anyone would like to share, whether in person or on Zoom, what do you feel went natural and what was challenging, and if there were any emotional reactions that were role played, how did you handle them? So who would like to start sharing?
Hi, Reem. Can you hear
Yes.
us?
Yes, of course.
Okay, got some eager participants. I think they all want to share, Reem.
Perfect. That makes me happy. Okay, I'm ready. I'm all ears.
Okay, in my case, the situation was that I'm behind deadlines just because I needed more time to think about the materials that I'm writing. And whenever you're writing materials, you need to get ideas and just smash them together and think how it works well with both the teacher and the students. And then the manager came to me and said, is there something that we can do to help you? Maybe we can provide you with forums, subscriptions. I was like, no more anything. Just give me my space and time. And I think the fact that saying no, stop right there is already, those are my boundaries. And I mean, I understand the manager was concerned about X and Y and Z, and wanting to help it's nice, but you feel guilty because you're pushing back. There is help coming, but then you're pushing it back because you need your space. You don't need help. And I feel guilty for saying no.
Okay. So that's I mean, that's a great example. Let's look into it like more. Do you think if, let's say, maybe from the beginning, maybe we can handle it in a different way? Let's say I'm in your shoes, let's say, and then I do feel that this assignment and the corresponding deadline are not actually, it's not reasonable. It's not a reasonable ask, because it does, like you kindly said, demand a lot of collection of ideas, a lot of brainstorming. You need to take into consideration so many aspects in order to deliver the best assignment possible. So do you think maybe from the get-go, let's say you could have communicated with the manager saying, okay, how about we extend the deadline a little bit more because of 1, 2, 3, 4, or you think it's not, it wouldn't?
Managers come from a different perspective where they have also their own managers putting pressure on them in a way. I mean, I put myself in my manager's position or shoes, and then I understand them, but they let's put it this way, if they have never written materials, they have never been, most probably in my shoes, writing, collecting, needing space. Sometimes you need to zone out, do nothing, just because you need some space, some time off, whatever you're doing, and then come back to whatever you're doing. And if somebody has been a teacher all their time, or most of their career, or all their career, and they don't understand you. So telling them that is already a challenge, because they don't know what you're talking about, and that way you're wasting time. And I feel now getting kind of
Okay, okay, which is understandable. And like you said, because it's perceived, yeah, perfect. Because it's perceived as wasting time, but believe it or not, I mean, of course, it depends on. What I want to emphasize, it's that it's a two-way dialogue and a two-way learning opportunity. Um, it's a humbling experience for both, and this is how it should be taken, to be constructive and to adopt that mindset of growth. So you might think of it as wasting time when you are being vocal and speaking up about, especially like you said, you feel that, okay, they did not try this before. I'm the one who have been there, and I'm the one who have been doing it. So they don't know the amount of effort that goes behind it, right? So clarifying these things are very important for managers to really know, eventually, the amount of work that goes into it. So eventually maybe this will change your mind and shift it towards, okay, you know what, it's not a waste of time. It's actually also me contributing to that growth environment or growth mindset, because I'm also helping my manager improve and thrive as being an effective leader. It's always the way we look into things and we look at them. And I did see other hands. Yes.
What I found interesting was when I was the employee, and getting hauled off. The minute my manager tells me there's something I need to talk about, I get on the defensive, it's like, oops. So I'm not even registering what he's saying at the beginning, because I'm thinking I did something wrong. How am I gonna, excuse myself? How am I gonna cover it up or something? Right? But then what helped a lot is that Josh, said, told me this, what was the situation. He was not, strict or condescending or something. And then he made it all about him with the impact, because he was like, I have to report to someone else myself. So you're putting pressure on me by doing that. And then that took me off the defense, because it was like, okay, so it's not just about me. I'm putting him on a tough spot as well. So that really, really helped, because at the beginning and up till the behavior where he was describing my action, I was like, okay, I'm ready to punch him. He was like, okay, so this is why, and then he's like, okay, but I'm suffering here as well because of you, and that made a difference, I think, for me, because I don't get, as a manager, I never make it personal. I never tell, everybody's, off deadlines. All my teachers is like, I need more time for reports, more time for the yearbook, more time for, things. I'm usually like, okay, you give them more time, but if you can, you're like, no, that's it. You can't have more time. And you stop there. You don't explain why. And you might explain that I need to do it, you need to do it now because that's the deadline. But when you make it personal, like I did with Josh when I was the manager, and told him you're taking time off my family life, because now I have to work on my, on the, hours and in the evening, because you gave it to me today and not before the weekend, like I told you so. But making it personal and about you, and not putting the blame just on, them, but telling them how it affects you, I think that made the difference for me, to not be so defensive and just register that it's not about me, just about me.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Another great contribution. Thank you for both of you, because like you said, it's all about reframing and shifting the mindsets, and it's very important, by the way, like you said, to take ourselves out of the situation and look from outside, because then we don't take it personal, like you kindly said, and we are much more objective. So thank you, thank you, thank you. That's amazing. And by the way, as leaders, it's always great to have those sort of, short surveys every now and then to see what the employees are struggling with when it comes to even time management or things like that, because that's a great way of identifying potential trainings like cognitive time management, for instance, or things that would make them better or more like capable of meeting deadlines. Because I mean, again, all of these are skills that we keep acquiring, on our journey in our professional life. So that's another great opportunity to identify some professional development opportunities for leaders, for the leadership, and for the employees as well. Okay, so now how about we go on to the next activity, which is fear to solution brainstorm. So again, if you can kindly give the, I did send it through Zoom, the other handout. So what you will do is you're going to write down, you can use the one that you shared in the word cloud, but add another fear to it. And then now that we have tapped into some of the techniques like the SBI model, like the breathing, like the pause, and after you role play now, you can sense, okay, what do I need to work on? What might work better with me when I'm handling difficult conversations? So, and please brainstorm with whoever is sitting next to you, and just try to come up with, different ways. And then the floor is yours to share. Okay? Okay. So how's it going? Who would like to share some of the results from the brainstorming? Oh, I see a lot of
Are we
dynamic
ready to
discussion.
finish, Reem?
I'm sorry?
Shall I get them to finish?
Yes, sure. Please, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so who would like to share some of the insights or some of the ideas that were brainstormed?
Reem, do you want me to nominate people? Because
Oh,
there's at least one Liverpool fan here who
perfect. Okay.
very keen to share his.
Oh, do you like
Yes.
Mo Salah then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of things actually, but we highlighted a couple of things that have to do with positive reinforcement, as if we're talking about students. So just like, instead of calling just for meetings that are, to scold someone, we can just call for meetings to give some appraisal to someone, like something positive said, give some praise, and also like if it's that we have to really address something, we can follow, the so-called sandwich technique where we still acknowledge some things done, but we also address the issue itself so that a common ground can be found. Like with both sides, we know that both sides have a common ground, identified the same problem, and then a course of action can be, scheduled accordingly.
An amazing idea, because it's exactly like when we deal with our kids sometimes, right? Like you have to mention something positive, you commend them, and then you can mention, okay, how about in regards to that part, how about we do this or that? It's like you said, positive reinforcement is very important. And sometimes even the employees need to do the same with their leaders or managers. So it's a two-way, again, dialogue. It's not, I think sometimes we need to forget about the hierarchy and look into each other as humans with emotions and feelings and outside life, and that compassion, I think, and being empathetic, it will go a long way again and will be really helpful. I saw another hand. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think it was me. And we're also talking about building this long-term relationship of praising people and making it mutual. So it's not just a one-time thing. Every time you spot someone doing something right, tell them straight away. Like, don't waste another minute. And this way, if something is wrong, it can only take one message or something, and because you will have already established this connection, this relationship with the person, you will not have to, like go over the issue because you will already understand and respect each other.
Another amazing thing to do. Thank you so much, truly. Okay, how about also from the online participants? I mean, we want to hear from any of you if possible. Unless you want to share in the chat, or would anyone have a take they want to share? Because you had dynamic conversations as well in the breakout session. So
Reem, we've got one more. We've got one more in the room. If
perfect, yes,
yeah.
please go ahead, and then
I've been nominated anyway. We're talking about trying to keep. You talked about a hierarchical relationship, but trying to keep the relationship horizontal as well as vertical. So in the idea of praise could make it more vertical, whereas if you thank somebody for what they've done, it might make it more horizontal, and then that might be more beneficial as well. So talking about thanking people for what they do, maybe in place of praising, but certainly as well as praising.
Yeah, like when the students say, well done for doing something, have you ever experienced that? And it feels nice. So it's not only us.
So showing appreciation or some sort of recognition, right?
Yeah.
it's definitely very important in creating that healthy work environment for sure. And it does build that, you know, that environment where people are not, they feel safe, and it's not like everyone is trying to pinpoint the weak points and all the wrong things that the others are doing in order for them to feel, oh, I'm much more superior and I'm better. It's like, no, everyone is there in order to thrive and in order to help and support each other. And they're basically adopting we rise by lifting others up, right? So that's an amazing work environment for sure. So since I did not hear from our online participants, but I know that their conversations were great, how about we go into the neuroscience behind fear, or the neuroscience of fear. So navigating difficult conversations in the workplace can definitely trigger significant fear and anxiety. And these are deeply rooted in the brain's neurobiology. So understanding the neuroscience behind this fear can definitely help leaders as well as team members regulate their responses and improve their ability to manage challenging interactions effectively. So let's look into, do you see the amygdala here? So that's the #1 brain region that we're going to discuss. And this is the fear center of the brain. It's a key structure in what we call the limbic system, and it's responsible for detecting threats and triggering the fight or flight response. But unfortunately, sometimes our brain deals with something like difficult conversations or conflicts as a flight or fight. Although our brain originally had the fight or flight, if we had a bear or a lion or a mountain lion or whatever it is running after us, or we are in a really dangerous situation. Nonetheless, this is how our brain perceives difficult conversations, as much as public speaking, by the way. So when leaders anticipate difficult conversations, such as delivering, for instance, critical feedback, like what you did today, like, missed deadlines, or when they are trying to address workplace conflict, what happens is that the amygdala perceives it as a social threat. So this will lead to physiological stress responses, among which are increased heart rate. You can feel the palpitations sometimes. You can see that your muscle is tense. I don't know why. Okay, I'm sorry, but reactions are coming from my Zoom without me doing anything, but it's fine. It can also lead to muscle tension, like I said, and heightened emotional arousal, okay? And this fear response is hardwired for survival. So as if we're in the survival mode now. And in the workplace, what happens is that our survival mode will be translated into avoidance behaviors or defensive reactions, which will make these conversations even more difficult than they need to be. So how is our amygdala tamed, and how can we further tame it? Well, thanks to the prefrontal cortex. So the prefrontal cortex is where all the executive functions happen, is where all the management and emotional regulation happen. So the prefrontal cortex, or the PFC, plays a very important role in rational thinking, in controlling our impulses, and in our emotional regulations. So when our prefrontal cortex is activated, it helps suppress our excessive fear responses from the amygdala. So the prefrontal cortex tames our amygdala. And this way, the leaders are able to think logically and communicate effectively. Nonetheless, unfortunately, when we are under stress and we're not being able to cope with that stress, to manage that stress, what happens is that the connection between our prefrontal cortex and our amygdala starts weakening, as if if this is a highway, okay, there are so many blocks in that highway that, you know, the impulses from the prefrontal cortex that want to tell the amygdala, you know what, slow down. I don't want to be, I want to take charge. I want to be in charge. I want my person to think rationally and deal with this conversation in a better way. So unfortunately, that impulse will not be able to go from the prefrontal cortex to the amygdala effectively. And that's because of that stress. And when I say stress, it means stress hormones. And one of the very famous stress hormones is cortisol. Okay, so cortisol actually does get elevated when we feel that we're threatened or we perceive something as, you know, a social threat. And like I said, the high levels of cortisol will weaken that connection between the prefrontal cortex and the amygdala. And it will impair our cognitive flexibility, which will make it really difficult for leaders to adapt their messaging and to process feedback and to maintain their emotional composure. Why? Because cortisol is taking over. It's high, it's weakening, like I said, that connection. And there needs to be some way in order to be able to control that level of cortisol and to start giving the prefrontal cortex the chance to control our amygdala and have that strong connection in order to tame our amygdala, right? Because what happens is that, unfortunately, chronic stress from avoiding difficult conversations can lead, that's one more like an additional negative thing that happens, or a negative outcome, is that it can lead to burnout and decision fatigue. And this will weaken our leadership effectiveness eventually. So that's, in a nutshell, you know, a simple slide about the neuroscience of fear and what happens to our brain, and cortisol being the stress hormone. So in order to counteract the brain's natural fear response, leaders and team members even can apply neuroscience-based strategies. And by the way, the SBI model is one of those neuroscience-based strategies. Another very important strategy, let me see, there's a chat here. Okay, I'm going to share it, Catherine, after I'm done with this part. Thank you so much for sharing. So, okay. So one very important strategy to activate our prefrontal cortex is, remember when I talked about reframing? So instead of seeing the conversations as a threat, we need to reframe it and convince our brain that, you know what, it's an opportunity for growth and alignment. We need to have this self-talk. So practicing self-talking techniques like, you know what, this is a very important discussion and it will strengthen my team. Keep saying it while driving, you know, until you arrive to work, or even the day before. Keep talking to yourself and convincing yourself, because at the end it will work. Okay, so just reframe it and shift your mindset that, you know what, this discussion is not difficult anymore. It will be helpful. It will strengthen my team. It will make the work environment much better. Another very important technique is mindfulness and deep breathing. Because mindfulness, actually, there are so many studies that talk about mindfulness and how it can reduce the amygdala reactivity and how it boosts the functions of the prefrontal cortex. So something like deep breathing as well. So I'm not sure how many of you, with a show of hands, heard of the 4-7-8 breathing technique. Okay, I can see some hands there, yes. So I don't know. I mean, it seems that Zoom is reactive with what I do, so that's great. I've never known that. Okay, great. Okay. I did not know this feature in Zoom before, by the way. So I learned something new as well. Okay, so 4-7-8 means that you breathe in and then hold your breath from the stomach 4 seconds. I mean, you breathe in, and while breathing, it's 4 seconds. So breathe in 4 seconds. Hold the breath for 7 seconds, and then exhale for 8 seconds. And there are many studies, and even nowadays, physicians are prescribing it to patients that are suffering from chronic stress. Because studies did show that it does lower the cortisol levels, and it does make it easier to stay calm and composed. Like I said, SBI model is very important because, like, it mentions here, it does provide clarity and predictability. And then why is predictability important? Because it does reduce fear. When we have a structured approach like the SBI model, it does help us feel prepared, and it does lower the uncertainties, because there's always fear from the uncertainties, which is one of the key triggers for our amygdala and the amygdala-driven fear, okay? Another very important technique or tool or something to use is building psychological safety in teams, in our teams. So we have to know that when the employees trust their leader, their fear response decreases because they don't perceive the conversation as a personal attack. Because it's not only fear, it's not only that the amygdala is being reactive in the brain of the leaders, it's also reactive in the brains of the employee or the team member, right? So how can we also respond to that fear? By building that psychological safety, by building that trust, by building that safe space. So leaders who cultivate open communication and empathy do help in reducing the team-wide stress levels, and this will definitely improve the workplace relationships. Okay, so these are in a nutshell like a couple of the techniques or neuroscience-based techniques that you can utilize and you can build on and expand. I wish we had more time, to go over many of them in details, but at least some of them you can always research. And I will tell you, once we go into the key takeaway slides, some of the resources. But before going to the key takeaways, Catherine here kindly shared that they had a great conversation, and that one of the fears is to create fear in the line manager when they give them or when they give feedback, to the point that they might complain about the manager. And then they suggested great solution to give them more options, choices that would empower them and increase the buy-in. So yeah, thank you so much. That's great. Thank you. Okay, so how about we consolidate what we have learned? So we did go over some practices, like using frameworks like the SBI model and how to remain emotionally centered, practicing self-regulation, breathing techniques, and some neuroscience-based techniques. We looked into some new tools, and it's not only that, but I hope that you did benefit from the activities, and tried to implement some of those tools. As for the new resources, I did share with Mr. Mike Riley a list of, a couple of books for managing difficult conversations. And I did add the link to Amazon if, unless, some of us do like to listen to them on Audible, or we have our ways of finding the books, right? In addition to that, I wanted to share with you two very important apps that are really effective in stress management. One of them is Calm, and the other is Headspace. Did any of you use Calm or Headspace before? Okay, great. Okay, so Calm is actually a mindfulness and meditation app, and it's designed to help reduce stress in addition to improving sleep, in supporting mental well-being, and it's all through guided sessions. There's some, very nice music, and there are also some breathing exercises. As for Headspace, it does offer science-backed meditations, sleep aids, and focus tools. Of course, in every app, there is the free version, and then, you can purchase the Premier. So it's, these are just some suggestions that I did find helpful. And then we went into the neuroscience and how our brain's natural fear response that is primarily driven by our amygdala can be effectively managed by strengthening and boosting our prefrontal cortex functions, right? And functionality. So what does this mean? This means that while difficult conversations may trigger stress and anxiety, which is again driven through the amygdala, we do have the ability to regulate these emotions. So by practicing mindfulness and employing structured communication techniques, we can definitely shift our fear into a tool for effective leadership and effective dialogue, constructive, objective. So all these strategies can definitely help us in remaining calm, in remaining clear and empathetic, and in ultimately turning those challenging discussions into opportunities for growth and positive change in our teams. And there was this really nice quote. It doesn't have an owner. So it says that the success of your leadership is measured not by the easy conversations you have, but by the hard ones you're willing to face, which is really, really very important. We have to face our fears. And yes, among those fears are difficult conversations at work. So I think it's really time, because I'm always also afraid from those difficult conversations, but I think it's with training. I can say that I'm better now than before, less defensive, trying to practice, trying to improve myself, and it's still a journey. I need to improve myself even more. And we cannot just avoid, because that's not the effective mitigation way when it comes to conflict resolution. We have to find a common ground. We have to face. And hopefully what I shared with you today was a tad helpful. I hope so. So thank you so much for participating. And please, if you can, use the QR code for the feedback. It's very quick and easy. Let me go to the, and open it. Okay, so now you will find 3 questions. Yes. Oh, you need a QR code again, right? I don't think I gave you enough time. Let's do that. Sorry. Okay. Here. Can you see the QR code?
Yes.
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 And I did press play, so hopefully you will find the survey active. And if you wanted to reach out, if you had any questions, if you wanted more resources, please feel free to send me an email. So that's my email down there, reem.alolabi@cnsu.edu.
So Reem, thank you very much. Another round of applause, Reem.
Thank you so much. It was an honor.
Reem was introduced to me by a mutual friend and a good friend of Lansing, Fiona Dunlap, and many of you know Fiona, and strongly recommended Reem for this session. And thanks a million, Reem. I know you got up very early over there in California to join us. Hopefully at a future IATEFL we'll get the chance to meet you in person.
Would love to, for sure. And it's always great to start the day early. I woke up at like 4:40. I woke up like at 4:45 a.m. So I thought, oh my God, that's amazing. I start my day early and hopefully end it early.
Same here, Reem. We were all out jogging at 5 o'clock together.
Thank you.
Reem, you're gonna join us again later for the panel discussion. Yeah?
Yes. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. And we'll see you again shortly. So I learned before I shouldn't say the word coffee because then I lose everybody. But we're going to the coffee break in a minute. While you're having a coffee, as well as visiting art and speaking to the sponsors, we're going to share a QR code to a survey from George. I know he'd be very grateful if you could take a moment to take a photo of the QR code and complete the survey and share the survey. That's relevant. After the coffee, we're going to give you an opportunity to reflect on what the fears that you've faced so far today, and then we'll have a panel discussion. I think one of my favourite things from today personally was hearing that one of the participants wanted to punch Josh in his face. I think, thank you. That made my day. Don't worry, we've all been there. But he grows on you after a while.
Can I just say that the survey is about how to help academic managers to develop? And it doesn't include punching.
Big problems need big solutions. Anyway, but we will get the opportunity to hit Josh with some really hard questions because Josh is going to join Ellie, Kate and Ring on the panel. But for now, have a break, do your breathing, enjoy the coffee, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. More
Yes, the
Carry on. So. You know, I'm like with technology and just using QR codes for everything. So this is no longer George's QR code. If you didn't do it, you've missed your chance. You'll never ever get George's QR code again. Or maybe we'll share it again later. We'll see. This is a QR code to a Google Drive where we have uploaded the 3 presentations. So if you want the slides. You can get them from that link.
Thank you.
Of course, I did that myself and didn't get Kate to do it at all. So we're now going to do a reflection task, and then we're going to go into the panel discussion. So I'm going to hand over.
Right, we don't have much time, but I think 10 to 15 minutes would be enough for us to connect the dots, because early in the morning we had session with Mike and Kate, so we could think about managing ourselves, and later on we could think about managing our finances, managing our institution, and the third session that we had with Ray, thinking about managing people, right, and handling difficult conversations. So really what we could do is to connect to our context, thinking about those 3 things. And it's an opportunity for us to organize our takeaways, but also to think about questions that you'd like to ask the panel that's coming up in 10 minutes or so. Yeah, so try to get together in groups and think about those 3 sessions that we had. Connect to your own context, anything that you'd like to add, anything that you'd like to question, the real challenges that you face despite all the solutions and tools that we've been discussing today, and also prepare at least 2 questions perhaps that you'd like to ask the panel, right? 10 minutes? Okay.
So connecting the dots, yeah. We have to come up with questions.
Thank you. It's my first time at this organization, so I thank everyone for their positivity, knowledge, expertise. I really like the active aspect of today, and especially, I mean, I don't want to say that, oh, this is the best session, but I personally benefited from the first session a lot. About time management, how to use Canva, Notion. This is something I need to look into. So it's been a good takeaway for me. I'm taking it with me to Istanbul, at university, and I think my team will benefit from this notion. Yes, so great being here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? No, anybody from online? No, if no, inviting will soon be here, so we can ask questions to the panel. Right?
Yes, yeah. So now you've so Daniela, as Daniela said, you prepared some of the questions. Haven't you? Hopefully you prepared some questions, have you? Okay, so yes. Okay, so we'll get the panel discussion started, but just to remind you who everybody is, so we'll start with some introductions. So Ellie, would you have to?
Yes. Hello again, so I'm Ellie. I am currently the director at Into Sterling, which is a pathway centre supporting students in higher education.
I'm Kate. I'm Delta Programme Leader at Nile, where I manage the academic aspect of the program. I'm also head of business operations at Promoa, which is a language learning app, where I manage business operations.
And I'm Josh. I'm the Director of Studies at St Giles London Central and the Academic Group Director for the St Giles teams in the UK.
Okay, and I should just add that I'm Lucy. I'm also on the social media subcommittee. So if you do want to follow our social media channels, come up to me and I have a QR code that will take you to all of them. So please do follow us on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Blue Sky as well. Okay,
So Lucy, can we check Reem?
It's Reem.
Sure, yes. Hi, I'm Reem Alavi, and I'm a pharmacist and an associate professor at California North State University.
Excellent. Okay. So, do we have any questions? Who would like to pose the first question?
So we were discussing, we were saying that we should
I'm feeling a bit comfortable here.
What's the reference to you?
But the idea is there are some people who are receptive to verbal communication, others are receptive more to written one. But how much do we have to sugarcoat? With AI or without the problem, in a way they receive it well and there is no defensiveness, and also it doesn't escalate and there is misunderstanding, and you know where it goes. So, and how much should we sugarcoat things?
That is a great question. I think I'll pass it first to Reem because of
the neuroscience.
Yeah, exactly, neuroscience, and then we'll hear from everybody. So Reem, did you manage to hear the question okay?
Not that much, I'm sorry. I'm trying.
Hello.
Hi.
I don't know how, but hello. Can you hear me better now?
Yes. Thank you so much for coming closer.
With my group, we were discussing, giving feedback, but then after some time, we came to the conclusion that some people like it verbal, or are more receptive to verbal feedback. Some others are more receptive to written feedback. But negative feedback, in any case, makes people have the fight and flight reaction. And then, how much do we? I'm sorry, model verbs. Model verbs. Sugarcoat our negative. The first step is always the, but I didn't do anything. You don't want that reaction. So how can we and all those modal verbs sugarcoat our feedback. The first one, the first step. Thank you.
Thank you. So Reem, what are your thoughts on that?
The mic is.
There's somebody, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, it's a great question. It's a great question and it's a tough question. The reason why is that basically I think this is a case by case. Some people have, and it depends on how much we know the other person, right? Some people do have mental toughness. And they are okay with receiving the negative feedback in a constructive way and not taking it personal, versus others might be really sensitive and they're still in that journey of working on their mental toughness. Some brains are more wired towards, perceiving things as threats. And this is when their amygdala is really much stronger than their prefrontal cortex. And other brains, again, like I said, those that are mentally tough, have great control over their prefrontal cortex. And I think the only way to know how to start the conversation is by getting to know the person better, hopefully before that conversation is conducted, in order to know what would be the best approach. Nonetheless, maybe to be in the safe side, just start with on a positive note, whether that person is mentally tough or not. This way you are actually being accommodating to the different types of brains and how they're wired, regardless.
That is such a good point, isn't it? About investing time in the relationships so that those conversations aren't as difficult when you do have to have them. So Kate, one of my favorite books, if somebody has heard about it, Radical Candor, and
Yes,
funnily enough,
I'll talk about it in my session tomorrow.
That's where Kim Scott.
Yeah.
So she talks about how showing that you care and being direct can actually be super productive.
Yeah, Candid. I'll be sharing this framework.
Yes.
Candid. Yeah.
So this is going to be a fantastic session because we do need to. Mike will disagree with me. We do need to be direct as possible, but we also need to kind of so that we show that we care and where this directness and where this negative or corrective feedback comes from. And this book has actually really helped me in managing performance of my team, and also in salsa, because in salsa we often have to get negative feedback. But when we show that we care and where this comes from, it makes it a lot more productive. Thank you. And when's that session?
Tomorrow at 10:15, one of the 20 sessions run in December. To choose.
Which room is it?
It's Orchel 1, managing difficult conversations, the same topic, but different context. Yeah.
Wow. We'll all be there.
I love that book as well, so I really recommend the session. But I think, just as what Reem said before, a lot of the work with these kinds of conversations are done beforehand in terms of investing in your relationship with that person and developing that sense of psychological safety so that you can have the really honest conversations. Because certainly a situation that I got myself in a few years ago before I had that confidence to do it was I would just be too softly and I would look out for their feelings so much in the conversation. At the end of it, I'd come away thinking they just thought I was praising them the whole time, and actually I didn't. And I think the radical candor, that is showing that you care, is investing in that relationship enough to be really honest and direct with the negative feedback, but also with the praise, being very specific about the praise and why you're praising someone. So yeah, I think that's, I'll be there.
And Josh.
Yeah, I mean, see, I think absolutely what you say
correct, Ellie, you know, you have to invest the time and build the relationship, but what about if you join a team?
That's what
There's a
I had
very
advantage.
experienced team there at that moment, and you do quite quickly have to face this situation of a difficult conversation. You haven't had that chance yet. I'm thinking back to a specific experience
Yeah,
where
that's what
I had to do that, and I think yeah, I was a bit direct probably. I didn't sugarcoat it at all, and then it was
I'm like
there was a
her.
long process where I had to rebuild a kind of relationship.
And
you know, so
I
that's
was
quite
like, I was like her, and I am like her, but then they don't get anything.
Mm.
You're like, no, I'm telling you this.
But I'd come back, I really like what Reem was saying about reframing the conversation as an opportunity. And I think if you approach that conversation as this kind of opportunity for, you know, for learning, for growth, for team building, but I think then that.
But well, bear with me, Josh. You and I, most of these people, have been in the field for quite a while and feel comfortable. We did this mistake. I'm sorry, my bad. How can we correct it? Move on. No hard feelings, but just newly qualified. You know, their defensiveness is sky high, and that is who I'm thinking of, and that's where I have to sugarcoat it and be softy, but then in the end, as she said, I'd be like, no, everything is amazing, fantastic.
I think it's really interesting actually what you were saying about how Mike was viewing it differently to you as well, because I think sometimes, you know, some people prefer direct feedback, some people prefer it sugar-coated, and I read a really interesting article from somebody talking about high context and low context cultures, and obviously it's a massive generalization, but it was saying that, you know, you had perhaps an American going in and saying, oh, this, I really love this, and the kind of bullshit sandwich. And then there was a Ukrainian going, okay, so I've done the thing, everything's fine. And completely missed the, because of the difference in how feedback is, you know, what you're used to in terms of feedback. So it can be useful, I think, also to get some feedback on your conversation afterwards. So you find out, you know, how does this person really like to receive feedback, and am I doing it right?
I'm thinking note of what you were saying, just high context and low context. What again?
High context and low context cultures. I've got the link somewhere.
That's Aaron Meyer, the culture map.
The book.
Aaron,
not Iron.
E-R-I-N.
M-Y-E-R, right?
Mayor, I think,
M-E-Y-R. Aaron.
And the name of the book again?
The culture map.
Thank you.
She writes articles for HBR as well, Harvard Business Review. Just very short articles, very, really good.
Okay, sure, the whole library.
And I just wanted to add to what all the amazing panelists said in emphasizing how important it is actually to show empathy and to clarify our intent. Like you all kindly said, I mean, the framing, the positive framing, right? It's not only that I'm telling that person what went wrong, but I'm trying to show that I'm there, I'm available in order for us to make that situation better, in order to offer all the support that is needed, and to collaborate. So whenever people sense that, oh, this is a collaboration, it's not like all the fault is on me, you know, then it becomes much better and less conflicting.
And it's kind of framing it for ourselves as well, isn't it? I think sometimes, because I think if I go in and say I'm going to have a difficult conversation, I'm going to give some negative feedback, already I start to feel anxious and my anxiety takes over, and then I just vomit words over them like meaninglessly. So have we got any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, we gotta answer it ourselves while we But I was thinking, maybe you could have the, I don't know, specific things that you do, or some secrets that you would like to share. The question is how to avoid being a pushover as a manager.
Wow, that's a great question, isn't it? Does anybody want to jump in and answer?
No, so you've already answered, right? So.
Yeah.
Not gonna say.
I mean, I think, first of all, you want to be consistent. I think that's quite a key element. So be clear on the areas where you need to give feedback and what you need to give feedback on, and be consistent, right? Because that then shows that you're not pushover. Did you say that?
Thank you very much.
Reem, would you like to add anything to that? So the question was, how do you avoid being seen as a pushover as a manager?
Okay, it's challenging, right? I mean, we like managers sometimes are perceived as being pushy. Nonetheless, it's all about maybe setting those clear boundaries and having everyone on the same page, and you know, ensuring that we all understand what's the end goal that we want to achieve, what are the deliverables and the quality. And so being as transparent as possible, as clear as possible when it comes to instructions. And another thing that I think would be important is to know that there's a very fine line between being assertive and being aggressive. So, you know, just reminding ourselves that, okay, I need to be assertive, yes, but I really need to make sure that I'm not reaching that, you know, level where I'm being perceived as aggressive, which means that I need to take care of my tone. I need to be calm whenever I'm expressing what my expectations are. And I need to also show that I'm accommodating. I understand that you have outside, you know, commitments, you have family to take care of, you have outside, you know, things to do. It's not like you are living your life just for the job and that's it. So, you know, this is what I have in mind now, frankly speaking.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of having in mind as well that you're helping them. It's that kind of tough love, isn't it? You know, it's not necessarily easy, but you're doing it to help them. What was your answer? We're all curious to know now.
We had a bunch of ideas.
Oh, wow, great.
Yeah. Help me out, guys.
We've got specifically talking about dealing with parents, and so how not to be pushed over with parents demanding things, and
Like when they are clients, maybe you know, when somebody doesn't like a teacher or a specific method or this and that.
So we're talking about maybe at the beginning of the school year, having a meeting with the parents, getting them to understand where the kind of, say, the rules lie, but what the systems are for complaining, for example, so that they don't do it in a way which is difficult for the school and puts you in a difficult position. And that's one idea.
Yeah. The other one was school for parents, when they meet maybe every quarter or every month, and there is a topic and you teach them just like you teach your students.
That's very everyone will attend.
Really good candidate.
You can do that sometimes, yeah.
Don't need golden tickets.
Sure. Other questions? Who's next to pose? Paul?
It's not my situation now, but it was a few years ago, where there's a change in management. So if I'm in middle management, in comes up, in comes in a new boss. Those difficult conversations, and it's a completely different mindset to what went before. So the schools run smoothly before, in comes a different mindset. What's going to happen? Can you just don't touch anything right now because it's working? How do you talk up?
That's a great question, isn't it, about upward management? Josh, I'm going to go to you first.
Have you met my? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's so difficult. I think what you hope that they're going to come in and do that thing foster psychological safety within the team. Because that will be, yeah, that would make things a lot easier. It's again, you have to invest time to get to know them, don't you? You have to try and sort of allow for your one-to-one meetings and take them through what's already existing in the school in terms of the
Mm.
culture and the communication styles.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, not to underestimate how important you are to that new manager coming in, because you know so much more than they do. You're, you know, a huge source of knowledge and understanding, and can be the conduit to you know, the rest of the staff and what's going on in the operation. So yeah, developing that relationship and trying to understand where are they coming from and what do they want out of this, because they'll come in with an agenda, they'll have pressure from the top, you know, they'll have been brought in with their background and personality and expertise for a reason. And what is that reason? What do they want to get out of it? And to try to work together with them to make that happen, whatever it is, and to show that you are very willing to work with them. And that's a way to kind of, you know, as much as possible, protect what's already happening, while helping them to make the changes they want to make.
Did you? This is how I actually started as manager. I don't remember how many years ago. So the school I was working for at that time split into two, and so I became a manager in one. And the new top management came in, and I felt like I was being this bridge between the teachers. But to be honest with you, I think this feeling has always been with me, that I'm a bit of a bridge between like the business owners and the team of teachers. And the thing that helped me back at the time is having a clear, actually written up a set of values, the school mission, the school vision. And whenever I had a question from the team of teachers or from the new management, the answer is always there if it's, you know, a solid document. So that's what helped me back up the difficult conversations as well.
Yeah, I was about to say the same. Like, actually, the VMV has to be clear for them, actually, to be, you know, because we put a lot of emphasis on the induction of staff. But by that, we just think teachers or activity leaders or whatever, and we tend to forget the managerial position. So when there's a new member of staff that high up coming in, like the job description itself can be quite vague. So paperwork has to be in place properly, like be the VMV, the job description, the product training that they receive once they join, or whatever else like I'm missing out on right now. Because we tend to neglect, like, okay, I mean, we want the person to manage this, like how and what strategy towards, like, again, strategy planning, like, has to be a certain document, so I know what's coming, like, in the next semester or year or whatever. But it's often neglected.
I wanted. Oh, sorry.
No, she goes first.
Okay, Jennifer, and then some.
So thinking of the role of the manager as a bridge between the teachers and, you know, upper management, owners, directors, and so on. Do you think it's best to have someone coming from outside in this new role as a manager, or training an existing teacher who is already part of staff to be a manager in that role?
Because it depends on the context
as a middle manager, sorry.
Needs. Because it does depend on the needs of the company, because if the company needs a completely new direction, some super fresh ideas, then it's probably best to hire somebody from a different company, maybe even a different domain, but something similar. Whereas if it's something like more organic growth, then probably helping somebody from the teaching staff develop would be a better option.
I'm going to just continue this train of thought, and then if you're the bridge, or if you are somebody who is working with anyone who is new, be it a teacher or a new manager, and then you have that imposter syndrome, just because they have either given you the wrong vibes, or they have the wrong attitude or whatever, you have the right knowledge, the right expertise, right everything. But because of however they're treating you or something they said, you feel. So how do you deal with that?
To my therapist.
So that's something that happens. Most of us have it, even though we try to be tough and not an expert, but stuff happen. And
No, I honestly go to my therapist and we talk about how this person comes across.
Your
What I
colleagues.
know, what I know, because like I tend to back up what I do with the data I have. So it's literally 2 pieces of paper.
when you're, bear with me, please. The way I see it, you're a professional in education, they are professional in psychology. But then, does this person, first, are they paid by the school? That's 1. 2, do they help you with techniques that are managerial techniques, not psychological techniques? Let's put it this way, because we are from completely different fields.
I think if we're talking about the imposter syndrome, it's about well, for me personally, it's about my psychological state. So that's why my therapist is not paid by my company. So it's purely my needs. But I think this is where I'm looking for a better understanding of why the other person might be acting like this, and more specifically why I feel like this in this context. Yeah, so it's about my own but I'm also a very soft manager, so in a situation like you're describing, I think it might be difficult for me. I would definitely feel an imposter.
I think if I can kind of link that back to Reem's talk, and Reem, I don't know how much of that you were able to hear, but I think because Reem was talking about the SBI model, and I think one of the critiques of the SBI model is that it doesn't talk about intent or context. But I think here, in this case, intent is really important, isn't it? I think, I can't remember now who it is, but who said assume positive intentions. But anyway, I think that's like a really good approach to have.
Our amygdala doesn't go that way, though.
No.
That's our rational thinking. That's how we should beat our amygdala. But then fight and flight goes like, this person is not a friend.
Reem, did you hear that?
Yes. Let me make sure that I did understand correctly. So it's about the imposter syndrome and having that feeling sort of develop, especially when there are specific managees or people that we're managing that make us feel this way, right? It's like as if we're perceived as if we perceive their perception of us as, you know what, I don't think they are fit for that chair, for instance. Is this how it is? Did I understand correctly or no?
More or less, yes, because sometimes it's us who judge ourselves and do the.
Yeah. So one thing I wanted to talk about here is the cognitive dissonance and how sometimes our actions might conflict with our beliefs, because I think it all starts within. So and again, this needs training. Imposter syndrome is very common, and I have to admit it's more common among women more sometimes. So it's all about training ourselves to align our achievements with how we think of ourselves to start with before looking into how others think of us. So once we tackle that cognitive dissonance by acknowledging our accomplishments, and it's okay to allow ourselves to feel proud of our work, and it's okay to rewrite the narrative. And in the same time, it's also okay to be transparent with the team about, what are the things that might need improvement about our management strategy or approach, and making them know that, oh no, that's not an arrogant person who is so full of themselves and they are not okay with any feedback or whatsoever. it's that, again, it's a fine line, and it's exactly the same as our relationship with our students, by the way. I mean, since I teach university students, I always tell them, yes, I'm a professor. Yes, I'm, I do have some knowledge, but I'm not a walking encyclopedia. I do take pride in my studies. Nonetheless, I'm also here to learn. So it's a two-way learning experience, because guess what? I'm going to learn from your questions. I'm not going to find answers to all your questions, and I'll have to do my research and due diligence in order to be able to get back to you with the best answers possible. So thank you in advance that you will also be teaching me like I'm teaching you. So it's all about, finding a way to bring everyone together and understand that it's a harmonious, synchronous culture where everyone is learning from everyone, everyone is celebrating everyone's achievements. That's all.
And George, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, one well-known expression is that feedback is the breakfast of champions. Does that mean we should give feedback early in the morning? More seriously, shouldn't we also give thought to where and when we give feedback? Because sometimes the danger is we postpone giving the feedback, and then we end up giving it at not the best time. So what do you think, Pam?
That's a really good point, isn't it? Ellie, what do you think?
Yeah, so just to come back and then I'm kind of the feedback just in terms of what you were saying on this. I think approaching these conversations, just as Reem was saying, with a growth mindset, I think is a really powerful way to deal with it. And that's really helped me just kind of frame it in a different way, but approaching each of these conversations from a position of curiosity. And when a certain reaction comes your way, not to kind of think in your head, well, this is why they've reacted this way, but to think, oh, that's curious. It's curious they've reacted this way. It's curious I'm reacting back to them in this way. And then, it kind of stops your defensiveness, and it just reduces the tension, I think, in the conversation when you're just trying to learn from it. So that's definitely helped me, both in terms of managing up and managing my team. And then in terms of giving feedback, yes, I think giving it as soon as you possibly can is the best approach in my view. If you leave it even a day or 2 days, then it starts to become a bigger deal in your own head, and you start to worry about how you're going to give it, how they're going to react. But if you give it, on the day, before the end of the day, then everyone knows where they stand. They're not going home worried about what they've done or haven't done or how you perceive it. You all know where you stand, and then you can go home and put on your Calm app in your headspace.
In that case, I think it's just moving the load, the mental load from your head to their head. At the end of the day.
This is giving the feedback. Yeah, depending on how you do. But I mean, I think if there's something where feedback needs to be given, 9 times out of 10 they will know, and they will be worrying about it anyway and wondering when the feedback's going to be given and how the uncertainty. Yeah, exactly. Whereas if you just see it very clearly, directly, with compassion, then they don't need to take that load because you know where they stand.
Martina.
Hi, we have a question from the participants online from Matt, which I thought was a great question actually. What do you think? So actually, let me reframe it a little bit. We talked about managing ourselves, managing our finances, managing others today. What impact does organizational culture have on all of these? Or if we can say that, how much of it is up to the organization to sort of give a direction for, and how much is it up to us?
That's a great question, isn't it? Would anybody like to start?
Yeah. I think there has to be some sort of synergy between the organization we're working for and us. When I started working for an IT company, so I had a usual job interview. I had to complete a task, and then the final step was what we now call bar raising, where I wasn't interviewed as a specialist, I was asked a number of random questions. How would you act in this situation? What do you do in your free time? What's one of the most recent books you read? And like, that's how people looked at me in terms of, you know, my values and what I'm interested in. And it was also an opportunity for me to see what those people, what questions they're asking. And when I hire new people right now, this is where I see whether the person is going to be a good fit for the organization or not. So I think it has to be a match. Otherwise there's going to be tension.
Okay, Josh, would you like to?
I mean, I agree with you, but how do you do that though? You know, because if there are sort of several leaders across, say, a large organization with quite different approaches to culture and communication, it's quite hard.
I think we spoke about the mission, vision, and other things, and if it all emerges from some strategic workshops or whatever else, like collaboration between those leaders, then it kind of gives the organization some direction, and then later on, based on this,
I don't know, I'm still struggling with that as a new sort of group person with a group focus, where we've had schools working, you know, under the same organization, but quite, what's the word, in an insular way, in a way, you know, each centre has its little own style. We're finding lots of things which, you know, the more focus is given to sort of group strategic direction, there's so many little variables everywhere. So
I think it depends on the local context quite a lot, because we can have all our values and mission and vision, but if it doesn't work for your specific group of customers, then what's the point? So
I think it does evolve.
So I don't know the answer, but I do think that culture is just so fascinating, and it is probably the most important thing, I think, in an organization. But trying to work out what it is like nailing jelly to a wall. And I don't think it comes from workshops on mission and mission statements and deciding what it is. It's just something that is, and then you kind of, that's what our culture is. We just, you know, you just know what it is. You just feel what it is. And I have witnessed situations where a manager has come in from outside, you know, a totally different context. And I think EFL is quite a unique culture, and has come in to, you know, professionalise the organisation. And it's like the organism of ELT just rejects them, and it just doesn't work. And so I think that the culture fit is just absolutely crucial. I think without that, everything else can be learned, but without that, I think you're really going to struggle coming into a new organisation.
Yeah, I think it's quite a good point what Kate made about when you're recruiting somebody, seeing, you know, because I think if you're in your organisation, well, yeah, because if you've got a value of we learn from feedback, and what does this look like in practice? Well, we have conversations and so on. You know, if you're recruiting them and you see that is their value as well, and then it's kind of becomes part of the system. So even if they're all different, everybody knows they value feedback. Yeah, but I think that the recruitment stage, it's really important, isn't it? Reem, would you like to add anything about that, about culture, organisational culture, and feedback?
So since I was talking about handling difficult conversations, I think that the organizational culture is extremely important when it comes to that, because it does have an impact directly on the tone that everyone is adopting, the approach of how you know, people handle those difficult conversations and the outcomes. So I think that because I did work in those environments that were extremely toxic, and you find managers, you know, recruiting birds, sort of. And then I worked in, and I'm luckily currently working in an amazing environment where everyone is there to constructively tackle different issues and different conflicts, and everyone is there to help and collaborate, and whether it's a department chair or a dean and so on and so forth. So this is the culture that is built on transparency, that is built on empathy, that is built on collaboration, is what will make such difficult conversations transition into effective growth opportunities. On the contrary, the cultures that I was talking about before are the cultures that will result in avoiding such conversations, in fearing to start such conversations in the first place. So I think it's all about the priorities that each organization has, and in addition to the upper management and the management team and their care about such things, and what do they want to instill in the working environment as well, and being approachable as managers. That's very important. So this is what I have to share.
Thank you. Do we have some more questions?
I think I have one.
Yes.
Okay, but that's what maybe, okay. I think the question is for Kate and for Mike. We talked about time management and about time blocking and routines, and we shared fantastic tools. But I have a quick question for you. How do you manage yourself emotionally? I mean, it is connected to managing people, and when the problem is there, not just, you know, mindfulness and breathing, when the problem is there, how you control your emotions, how do you manage yourself? I don't even know how to do it. So I'm like, I'm gonna ask you if you can.
I sit down and write out things. Yeah. So it can be some sort of rant, or it can be a productive, here's the situation, here's the possible solutions. But I feel that when it's on paper, I actually do rely on paper quite a lot. Yes. Yeah, no.
Let's finish that.
Yeah, quick. That's when I see it.
I'm sure you meant I type it, you know.
I do type it as well.
I know the answer, but I'm not on the panel. So I can't give the answers.
We invite you, Mike.
I mean, the things we spoke about, though, I find it when I don't, for example, plan the next day, when I don't go through the routines that Kate was talking about, I go to bed and then suddenly I'm thinking, oh no, I'm not ready for that meeting. Oh no, I've got a difficult conversation tomorrow. I find that taking that time at the end of the day helps me prepare emotionally and mentally for what's coming the next day. And if it's really hard, I just ring Kate and say, what should I do? What should I do?
Any tips on managing emotions, Ellie, Josh?
I mean, I do the same. Yeah, I write it down, and then once it's out of my head and on paper, I think, it's not that bad. It's fine.
I can add something.
Yes.
Actually, Chris was someone who helped me with this. He introduced this tool to me, which is called PIAI. So sometimes, you know, you're in a situation when there is no one to talk to because it's so sensitive and so confidential and so like you cannot just go to the management team and talk about, let's say. So AI is actually very helpful. You don't need to give names. You can describe a situation and then ask for possible. You can give a detailed prompt and then ask it to help you. It has helped me in some severe conditions when I was losing it. So because, you know, sometimes you don't have all the answers. You need to admit that, like you hesitate. You don't know, maybe this or that, or you're also overwhelmed and like you have a sugar rush, I don't know. So sometimes running it through a mediator is also helpful. So I've used AI for this reason and it has helped me.
Okay, because we were talking about it, and I tell my daughter, the only thing that she can control is how you respond, how you feel, and actually it's like the hardest part. I mean, we can't control people, of course not. Maybe we can control a little bit how they react, but I think that it is very hard to control our emotions, how we respond. So I'm working on it. I'm always asking for more. Yes.
I can share two things, if possible, that work for me. One of them is I always remind myself that Reem, whatever words that are coming out of your mouth, you will not be able to put them back again. So slow down and pause and don't, be impulsive or try to react on the spot. So that's one way. Another way that did work with me a lot is taking myself out of the situation and as if I'm a third person or as if I'm an observer instead of me being in the situation. So as if I'm that third party, because this does give me the ability to look at the issue with a more objective way. And I feel that I'm not any longer emotional when it comes to that trigger. Because I mean, we all need to know ourselves, right? One way or another. And this is when writing comes in handy is, okay, what are my triggers? What will trigger me? So practicing that sort of cognitive distancing or detaching myself from whatever triggered me is really helpful. Being an observer, putting the observer hat.
I find when things are really, really stressful, I jump on a train, I go to London, and then punch Josh. I instantly feel that I can recommend it. Lucy, please let that be the last one.
You can meet me later elsewhere. I think it's a great question because if we want to manage others, we have to start by managing ourselves, and that means our emotions. We talked about imposter syndrome. Another thing that many of us have a problem with is self-talk. So how we manage our self-talk. And I learned something from a guy called Carl Rogers, who probably a lot of people have heard about. And apparently, before we went into a counselling session, he would say to himself, I am enough. Perfection would not be helpful. So cultivating that good enoughness, I think, can be extremely helpful because a lot of people have perfectionism, routines running, etc., etc. It's about being good enough.
That's a great way to end it, isn't it? So thank you so much to Reem, Josh, Kate and Ellie for all of your insights. And thank you, Emily. Thank you. Mike, you want to?
Thank you all. Thank you, Lucy, for hosting that. Yes. I'm gonna. No.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Thanks, Reem.
Bye.
Bye.
We need those slides up, yeah. Thank you, everyone. Wasn't that good?
Yeah.
Yeah, the panel to finish off, being able to talk through some of our thoughts as we're thinking them, apply them back, or think about how we're going to apply them back in the real world. And really super group of informed speakers. So thank you again, Kate, Mike, Ellie, Reem, who may have gone by now, and you all, because I think we have to remember that we are all in the positions that we're in because we have something, and it is enough, as George said. You know, we've got expertise of some variety, and it's just such a treat to be able to learn from everybody else as well as the panel, the expertise that's in the room. So thank you all for coming. What we would really love is for your feedback. This goes to head office. It doesn't come directly to us, but hopefully somewhere down the line we will get your feedback. There it is. Yeah. Okay. So, but if you do have an email if you do have questions for us at LAMSIG, then you can contact us via the LAMSIG email, which is just lamsig.iatefl@iatefl.org. And it's also, we've got our social media and we've got our lovely new website courtesy of Paul as well. So we'll just give you a couple of minutes to do the feedback.
Just remember, it was Mike who introduced us in 2025 to interns.
Well, that's it.
There's got to be some kind of way of making a joke out of the fact that you're Josh Brown. And how many rounds can you go? That's on How well do you think
Yes, that's.
How well?
That's-
Was it
It's not,
well?
is it?
It doesn't make sense.
No.
I presume it means.
Well,
No market scale.
Under IATEFL, we are already.
Some may not be. You
Ah.
don't have to be a member to be here.
Oh, I thought, okay, so.
But-
Just right, right.
We're just letting you finish off. I think quite a few of you have finished that off already, so thank you very much for doing that. We're going to gather together for a photo, but before we do it, we'd just really like to thank our sponsors again. English Training Online, thank you, Paul. Cambridge, thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys very, very much. These guys and taking cards, get your golden ticket to the event. But thank you all. Now, Paul, how would you like us to be arranged for a group photo?
Well, if I leave the camera here,
Yeah, so all here.
I think you got to turn the screen on. So
Yeah.
because otherwise. it's
Yeah.
not looking.
Yeah, can we get the screen?
yeah.
Oh, yes.
It should be in the middle.
I think it should be. Yeah. No.
Yeah, the way to.
Yep.
Is there a button where this blue light is?
We're gonna go low tech to the photo and get a human to press the button in.
Must be an on-off switch.
Is there a plug on turn it
Yes, I'm like.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.